Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes, I'm sorry.
Present.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Excuse, he'll be running a little late.
Okay. Chair Rudy Garcia.
Here?
And will we be excusing Chair Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
You have quorum, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Item C, Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, liberty. Salute to the flag. New Mexico, citizen, perfect friendship, united. Thank you. Item number E is a moment of reflection from the County Assessor's Office. Thomas Royale.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you. Any additional? I have a couple. Commissioners, one of them is for late Judge Tom Farina, who actually passed away. Mr. Farina, who actually did a lot of civil service for this community for many, many years. Let's have a moment of silence for him, his family, as well as David Grego Jr. As you all may know, David Grego is a jeweler who has a gallery in the downtown area. His son passed away suddenly, I believe, on Saturday, but if we can have a moment of silence for those two individuals and their families. Thank you. Item number F is approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do we have any amendments to the agenda?
Chair Garcia?
Yes.
Hey, I just wanted the record to show that I was here. I couldn't unmute earlier when I was called on.
Thank you. Let us show for the record Commissioner Roybal is in attendance. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The agenda for today's meeting was posted on November 22nd. I would respectfully ask that it be approved with the following changes. First, we did update items 1C and D to reflect the fact that you would be chairing today's meeting, Commissioner Garcia. And in addition, the Finance Division was able to prepare and submit a monthly report for September 2022. We did post that to Board Doc, really not for discussion purposes at today's meeting, but so that that information is available to the general public should they be interested in perusing it. And then finally, there was a request from you, Mr. Chair, to move item 8A, presentation on Los Alamos National Laboratories infrastructure and new construction, to after the consent agenda. And with those changes, I'd respectfully ask the board move to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda with those changes.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Item number G is years of service, new hire recognitions, and retirements. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So I did want to recognize new hires as well as years of service and some retirements for November of 2022. We'll start by recognizing those who have achieved service milestones, with Santa Fe County, and we do recognize those in 5, 10, and 15-year increments today. First, in terms of employees who are marking their 5-year anniversary with us, we have Edie Marquez Guerrera in the Fire Department, Alexandria Hancock in the Sheriff's Department, and Jonathan Soriano in the Sheriff's Department. Those marking their 10-year anniversary with the county are Julian Senna in our Growth Management Department, GIS, Philip Sanchez with the Fire Department, and then those marking 15 years of service with the county include Juanita Cheverillo, Rihanna Manzanares, both with the Corrections Department, and Ted Roybal with the Information Technology Division of the County Manager's Office. We're also pleased to welcome several new hires during the month of October 2022. Francisca Ortiz in the Community Services Department, Marlene Ortega Gonzalez in our Corrections Department, Frank Ibarra in the County Manager's Office, Information Technology Division, Jeanette Trujillo in the County Manager's Office and Finance Division, Thomas Vigil with the Fire Department, Michael Martinez in the Health and Human Services Department of the Community Division of the Community Services Department, Anthony Anderson and Anthony Taba in our, Mr. Anderson is in our Housing Department and Mr. Taba is in our Growth Management Department, Luis Garcia and Isabel Ortiz in our Public Works Department, Harmony Garcia in our RECC, Emergency Communications Center as an Emergency Communications Specialist Trainee, and Denise Avia in the Sheriff's Department, and Christian Tapia with the Utilities Department. Finally, I did want to acknowledge that we had 3 employees retire during the end of September and the month of October. George Garule in the Assessor's Office, Anita Lucero, also in the Assessor's Office, retired effective September 30th, 2022, and former Fire Chief Jackie Lindsay retired from the Fire Department effective October 21st, 2022. We'd like to thank them for their service to the county and wish them well in their retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Any comments from the commissioners? They have a couple of comments. Years of service for an individual that actually grew up in this building. Have worked here for actually 31 years now. Thank you for your years of service. The new hires, welcome to Santa Fe County. Retirement individuals, there's 3 on there. There's actually a 4th individual that I would actually like to recognize, and he's kind of I guess he's a little shy today, and I know he's listening, but that's Paul Cavanaugh. Paul Cavanaugh from our zoning department. Paul's very instrumental in the different engineering reviews that he does for the zoning department. Paul's worked here for many, many years. We were talking at his luncheon when we all started here, several of us are still here. It was different. The county was different back in those days. We have no computers. People would still smoke in their offices. It was just, we used to log in everything on every permit, everything else we logged in. It's changed. Santa Fe County has changed for the betterment of this community, and we are just skyrocketing. But Paul Cavanaugh, congratulations on your retirement. You'll do good. You've done good for Santa Fe County, and thank you for the service, as well as the other retirees that you all have done for this county. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate those who have put in many years of service, and I think 15 years of service is very impressive, so thank you. I don't recognize any of the names on the list, but I certainly appreciate that, and we welcome the new employees, and I'm glad to see that the list of new employees is longer than the list of retirees. I'm sure that's not statistically important, but it's good to see a lot of new faces coming to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very happy also to see the new hires, and congratulations to all those people who have retired. I wish them well, and also for all the years of service. So thank you for your service to Santa Fe County. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Chair Garcia. Chair Garcia, I just want to, thank you, sir. I just want to add my, ditto everybody's comments and also just say, thank you to everybody, our retirees that are leaving. It's hard to lose institutional knowledge from over the years, but, it's time for them to do what they want to do instead of what they have to do. And, I just want to thank them for their dedicated service to Santa Fe County. I also want to welcome the new hires and also thank our employees that have been here 5, 10, 15 years. And thank you for everything that you do, your commitment to Santa Fe County, and just making it, a great place and serving our constituents. Thank you all so much, and I hope you guys have a great week and a weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners. Very well said. Item number 2 is the regular scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting will temporarily recess, and we will convene as the Board of Finance for Santa Fe County. Do we need a motion for that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we recess and convene as the Board of Finance.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. We are now in the Board of Finance meeting. Welcome Commissioner Manzanares. She's our Santa Fe County Treasurer, and her deputy, Pat Varela.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Roy Ball.
I'm here.
Chair Garcia.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Approval of the agenda. Madam Schaefer, Madam Treasurer, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, there is not.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Item number D is the County Treasurer's second half report.
Need to approve the
I
agenda.
move to approve the agenda.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Item number D, County Treasurer's second half report. Treasurer Manzanares, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer. For the Santa Fe County Treasurer's updates second half, I'd like to, first of all, thank the outgoing commissioners and welcome the incoming. I know that's a few months away, but thank you for all of your service in the years that you've also served the county. On our agenda today, we'll be discussing the rising Fed fund rates that Deputy Varela will go into in more detail. We'll be talking about the inverted yield curve from the 2-year to the 10-year spread, and we've seen that the norm since March, and we talk a lot about that in our investment committee meetings, and so we'll discuss that as well. We'll be talking about the investing and reinvesting in this environment, which is very important, how we approach that. I'd like to give a quick staffing update on the Treasurer's Office and also our 22 property tax update. So with our staffing update, we have reached our goal of our 4 cashiers, and we are still waiting to hire our account tech position. Will be probably open until filled. So all in all, we've had good staffing in the Treasurer's Office, and we're in the current tax season, so that really helps to have a full staff with the incoming tax payments. And currently our staff is out doing community outreach as well. To date, in rounding up, we have approximately $47 million that have been collected. And so that's that we're 1.5 weeks into collection. So a very stable environment when it comes to paying property taxes this year via our post office box T, electronic payments, and in-person payments as well. Okay, moving on into our fiscal agent balance with 41 accounts. We have $29,614,232.34 at 335 basis points. So currently, we're in our first half tax, of course, property tax, and also we have a large operational balance at the moment. Our ICS account, we've been working with our fiscal agent in as well. Moving on to portfolio balances. As you can see, of all of the portfolio balances, you can see the amounts there. I'm going to just summarize the total with $365,635,642.58. Other holdings we have, an LAMB Studio CD at $4,748,573.13. Our local CDs are $1,245,000. Our BNY Mellon, $8,053,077.39. And we've already requested our yearly drawdown from these accounts. So our total is $14,046,650.52. So if you see on our next slide, our grand total is $409,296,525.44. Our earnings, as you can see on the next slide, our LANB Studio CD is at 250 basis points. Our FICA is 40 basis points, UBS 375, and our investments range between 50 to 500. So that is the earnings portion of our presentation today. I will now yield to Deputy Treasurer Varela for the detail of the yield curve part of our agenda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Manager. We'll start here with the yield curve. This was a PowerPoint, so you can't see the other slide on it, but it was a slide from January, and it shows how we have progressed in the yields earnings. However, what the difference is from that slide to this slide is you can see the inversion from years 1 through 10. It's actually 2 to 10 is where, and that usually stands where there's kind of interruption in the markets or less confidence in the market. So they're not knowing what's going on in that period, and that causes that adjustment to actually fall. Now, in the past, they've said that 2 quarters equals a recession. I know everybody's heard in the news and newspapers everywhere that are we in a recession, are we not, this and that and the other. But still, there hasn't been anything said about it. I personally feel that we are inside of it. It just hasn't been put out there yet. But if you notice, we will, the first square there on your left, this is where me and Treasurer have been targeting our excess funds that we have. So we're just going from 1 month to a year, or depending on cash flow. So we've been investing it. So we've been capturing those 4+% basis points. And in the yellow on the right-hand side, that's where we've been anchoring higher ones for duration. So we've been getting bullet securities, meaning that they do not get called. So they are from inception to maturity. So we get, like for instance, a 5-year bullet will be a constant 5-year, whatever the coupon is for this amount. So moving on to the Fed dot plot, this was done in March. And these are what each Fed governor predicts the yield curve to be, or the end, by the end of the year, what the Fed funds will be. In March, by the way, these come out every quarter. The first dot plot that came out, this was just before they started boosting up the interest rates. The average was, by the end of the year, was close to 2%. And you could see the arrow above there. That's the sole Fed governor from St. Louis. He predicted by the end of the year at this time we would probably be over 3%. And you could see, the mean line being the green. In 2023, we'd be at about 275, about 260 and 24, and longer term coming down to just below 250. The following one is just the recent one. The next slide. This one is just the one that was done last month. And you could see this, the same Fed governor is predicting by the end of this year will be above 450, which probably will be right because we're expecting another rate hike now in December. And in 23, they're expecting a few of them. They're going to pull back in 24 is what they're saying, and in 25. So you can see when we're talking earlier, we're trying to capture and anchor those longer, like 5 years, 3 years, 5 years duration bonds to keep us afloat for getting those higher interest rates and keeping the short for what we need for short-term cash flow in the same window. Moving on to the next slide, you'll see that there's a better, this is something that I created. This is more or less the same mean line, trend line that's from the last Fed dot plot. So we've been investing in those green dots. We're going to be investing in those areas all the way to 23. Sometime in 23, we're going to anchor longer duration to keep those longer interest rates. And the same when we're coming down the curve. If we can keep that going, the county can be making at least 4+ percent on those earnings. The downfall on higher interest rates, and that goes from the earlier presentation by Mr. Montoya, is the interest rates will maintain at a high interest during that time because they go by the Fed, the exchange rate, the overnight exchange rate, which that's what the Fed rates are. So they have pulled back a little bit. They were over 7%. They're close to 6.75 now. They will probably stay at those higher rates until something happens either in the market or some other pandemic or something happens. So we're going to be seeing these longer interest rates at least for another couple of years, but we'll see higher interest rates in mortgages. And by the way, the housing market has kind of came to a standstill over the last month or so. So there's not that many refis, there's not that many purchases. So there's a lot of homes coming out of the market. So the next slide is an example of some of the fixed income assets that we purchased, and each one of them are different windows. You have 1 year, the top one, 2 years, and then so on, 3 and 4 and 5 on the bottom. You can see, for example, on item 10, it's a bullet, meaning that it's a 3 years or 2 years non-callable, and its a coupon is a 4.375, and it's actually a discount, so you actually get a little bit higher yield of maturity on that one. But if you look along to item 25, you're looking at almost the same amount of earnings, but for a longer duration. So that's where you saw earlier the slope of the yield curve, because in a standard rising yield curve, it would be a higher interest rate, but still we can anchor these longer durations. So if we would buy a security for that bullet for 3 years, we get that interest for the 3 years of duration. And in that, I'll turn it over to Treasurer on our strategy.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we propose for a 6-month strategy that we invest and reinvest in the 6-month to 2-year window right now, rolling up with the rate hikes. That we invest in coupons with sensible cash flow, and we invest in Supras, CDs, and GSEs with sensible spreads over the Treasury, and that we anchor higher interest rates by purchasing bullets. And this has been successful for us, and if there's any discussion, we can entertain a conversation. We can speak. Any questions?
Madam Treasurer, Deputy Treasurer, Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we also invest a small amount of money in the, I think it's called the Local Investment Council, or whatever it is, it's the stock market fund that the state manages?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, the LGIP, the Local Government Investment Pool, currently we don't have anything investment in the investment pool. We are discussing that with an incoming treasurer, that she's looking at more broadly, so we can definitely have that conversation. I know you're interested in keeping it local, is something we've discussed before, so we definitely want to revisit that.
Well, I guess I was just interested because it seems like stocks are probably at a bargain price right now, and it might be a good time for us to look at investing a small portion of our portfolio into that. It also diversifies our funding, and then over the long term, of course, the stock market generally does better than even 4%, but only for long-term investments, not for anything we needed right away. I guess my other question would be, wait, what was my other question? I'll let someone else ask a question. I did have one other question, but I can't remember what it was.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Treasurer Manzanares and Deputy Treasurer Varela. So I think you've heard me say this before, but I'm going to say it again. I really would appreciate it if you would use the county logo also on your material. I think it's, you have your own logo, but I think for consistency and for identification and branding, it's really good for us to use our county logo. You are part of the county, and we appreciate that, and I think that would be really great. I think working with the new treasurer is really exciting. I think Treasurer Montoya, Laura Montoya, will be a great treasurer, and I think she'll have some different ways of approaching investments, and so I'm happy to hear that you are interested in working with her. I think that is great. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you, and yes, we definitely will add the logo, and I apologize for the oversight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Your deputy, Patrick Varela. Meeting with, gathering with a couple of senators, they were very impressed with the county's financial reports statewide. Santa Fe County does an excellent job. And with your knowledge that you have in investing, thank you for what you do in keeping our finances above water. And this is all done with, obviously, both of you, as well as our investment committee, which is made up of some commissioners, our manager, our legal department, as well as our financial department. But thank you for keeping our finances in Santa Fe County #1 in the state. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Treasurer, Deputy Varela. Thank you, guys.
Chair,
Mr.
thank
Chair,
Yes,
I remember
Commissioner.
my other question, and I did mean to thank you. That's a great presentation, and I'm certainly glad that we're able to get a little bit higher yield on our investments now that those are higher. But my question was, and I should know this from attending investment committee meetings, but I don't know that it's come up. Do we look at the money you're investing based on when we're going to need it? In other words, I know you invest all of the money, but some of it's in like a housing fund or a fund for this bond project or that bond project. Do you take that into account when you're deciding whether to put money into 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year investments?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, we do. I'll give you an example of a recent purchase that we had with a housing department, and we had a definite time frame that they needed to have that money available to them. So we discussed it, we spoke to finance. The yield that was going to come from that was going to be higher, so we decided to leave it there for the duration. I believe it was a year, 8 months on that one. And so in communication with housing and keeping the lines open between ourselves and finance, we do make those decisions. And so the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Good to hear that.
I did have, can you explain the first slide?
Chair Garcia.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Roybal.
Oh, sorry about that. I just wanted to chime in and say that, we've been through this process before, and, Treasurer Varela and Treasurer Manzanares, I know our former treasurer and who's our deputy treasurer now has been through this situation before and has done a great job. I mean, Santa Fe County has shined and stayed in a really good position financially because of decisions that our treasurers have made in investments. And so I have complete confidence in what they're doing. And so I just want to, reiterate that and say thank you for taking the time to figure out what avenue is best for Santa Fe County. And so, like I said, I have complete confidence, and I want to thank you guys for the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and if I didn't say what a great presentation, I apologize, but it was a very good presentation. And I think the Finance Committee meetings are very informative for all of us, and so I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Treasurer and Deputy Varela.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, you're welcome.
Thank you, and don't forget to utilize that logo.
I will not forget that logo.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer.
Mr. Chair, we still have an action item to approve
Right.
the 6-month investment strategy.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the 6-month.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Roybal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unanimous decision. Thank you. Item number F, may I have a motion for adjournment?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Thank you,
Thank you.
Deputy.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. We will now reconvene as the regular Board of County Commissioner meeting as the motion stated. Item number 3 is approval of meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the October 25th, 2022 meeting minutes.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the October 25th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Roybal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion pass. Item number 4 is consideration of proclamations, commissioner resolutions, and recognitions. Item A is a resolution renaming the Santa Fe County Edgewood Fire Station, the Chief Stan Holden Edgewood Fire Station, in honor of the late Santa Fe County Fire Chief Stan Holden, and to recognize his outstanding service and dedication to Santa Fe County. Thank you. This resolution is brought forward by Commissioner Hamilton and myself, and I'm sure the other commissioners here would agree to this. This gentleman, actually, the late Chief Stan Holden started working here in the year 2000. Chief Holden, for those of us that actually did work with Chief Holden, the guy was outstanding. He was actually a great thinker and a forward thinker. In the year 2000, he actually got the county commission to approve a gross receipt tax to actually fund our fire department. And back before Chief Holden was here, we had what they were considered a fire marshal. And we had one fire marshal, and we had many volunteers throughout the county, anywhere from the southern part of the county, from the Edgewood area, all the way through Santa Fe, Agua Fria, Glorieta, Lone Butte area, La Cienega, all the way to the Espanola line. Chief Holden had this vision to get that GRT tax and create some fire stations, 24/7 operations, which we currently have today. We actually has EMS services, EMTs, obviously fire department, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have grown our fire department tremendous strides since Chief Holden had this vision, and we've continued it at Santa Fe County. You see our fire apparatus, you see our equipment, you see our individuals that work for our fire department. Great for what they do. Some of the things that we need to realize are volunteers. Chief Holden always told me, Rudy, volunteers are who put me in this job, because without our volunteer base, we wouldn't have volunteers throughout the community. And as we have a new fire chief, he actually is going to move forward with helping us promote what Chief Holden wanted, is volunteers, as well as our paid admin staff. But I can remember Chief Holden said, Rudy, you're going to become a commissioner someday. I said, no. But he was right. And Chief Holden did pass away about a year and a half ago, I believe, but I'd like to read this resolution into the record. The resolution renaming the Santa Fe County Edgewood Fire Station the Chief Stan Holden Edgewood Fire Station, in honor of the late Santa Fe County Fire Chief Stan Holden, and to recognize his outstanding service and dedication to Santa Fe County. Whereas Chief Stan Holden started his career in fire service as a member of the Valley Volunteer Fire Department in San Juan County, New Mexico. As a sophomore at Kirtland Central High School, where he was an outstanding athlete, holding many of Kirtland High School's sport records. And whereas when reflecting on the beginning of his career and a volunteer firefighter, Chief Holden was quoted in the Santa Fe New Mexican saying, because men in the area commuted to work at the power plants, high school students were trained and expected to staff the volunteer fire department during the day. And whereas Chief Holden became one of the original paramedics with the San Juan Medical Center Emergency Medical Services in 1977. Whereas Chief Holden spent a number of years serving as a firefighter in the Four Corners region of New Mexico, and furthered his emergency medical services career at the Albuquerque Ambulance, serving as their operations director prior to joining the Santa Fe County team. And whereas Chief Holden was appointed as Santa Fe County's fire chief in 1997, when the Santa Fe County Fire Department consisted of approximately 300 volunteer firefighters and only 4 paid employees. Whereas Chief Holden unified 15 fire districts operating independently from Santa Fe County government. Whereas during his administration, the county's fire districts were united under the control of the Santa Fe Board of County Commissioners and fire chief, and the number of paid firefighters increased 88, while volunteerism remained high. Whereas Chief Holden also took on the responsibility of facilitating the consolidation of the Regional Emergency Communications Center, which dispatch consists of fire, emergency, medical services, police and sheriff first responders for the city of Santa Fe County, and the town of Edgewood. Whereas during his tenure, Chief Holden was recognized regionally as best practice in creating a combination of fire departments. And whereas Chief Holden established regional fire stations in Pojoaque, La Cienega, Hondo, and Edgewood, and established the first 24/7 paramedic units for these stations. And whereas Chief Holden served the citizens of Santa Fe County for 14 years and retired from the Santa Fe County Fire Department in 2011. Whereas Chief Holden passed away on Saturday, October 3rd, 2022. And whereas Chief Holden was a very religious and devoted man and was married to the love of his life and high school sweetheart, Elva, for 40 years, with whom he had 4 children and 15 grandchildren whom he adored. Whereas Chief Holden was known as a humble man and an outstanding mentor whose vision always focused on team effort. And whereas Chief Holden inspired those around him to break barriers and expand perception and reach for goals in life. Whereas Chief Holden stated that his favorite part of being fire chief was knowing that there were so many volunteers that were extremely dedicated and always trying to do their best. And whereas the successes of the Santa Fe Combination Fire Department started with Chief Holden's vision, 25 years later, he would be honored to see the succession come to fruition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners from Santa Fe County hereby renames the Edgewood Main Fire Station at 1 Municipal Way in Edgewood as the Chief Stan Holden Fire Station. Be it further resolved that the county manager is hereby directed to place appropriate signage at the fire station reflecting its new name. I'd actually like to make passed and approved and adopted on this 29th day of November 2022 by the Board of County Commissioners. I would actually like to make a motion to pass this resolution in naming the fire
I'll
station in
second.
Edgewood the Chief Stan Holden Fire Station.
A second.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Roybal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Under discussion.
Yes. Discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say that, Chief Holden was an amazing individual, and, the legacy he leaves behind is one person's vision, what it transpires to. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just amazing as you went through everything that he did. I worked with Chief Holden too when I worked at the county a long time ago, and just an amazing individual. I just want to just say that, and just make that open to everybody. One person's vision, bringing things forward, makes such a difference. Ideas, just influence and ask, people never to be shy to bring ideas forward, I think that, having these visions of how you want to see things proceed in the future really builds amazing, services that we can provide as a county together. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. Any additional comments? I'd actually like to make a couple of comments, and I'm going to invite our new fire chief, Chief Black, up to say a couple of words if he would like, because Chief Black did actually work with Chief Holden for many years. Chief Stan Holden he lived in the Edgewood area. He lived in Santa Fe County, lived in the Edgewood area, so he was totally familiar with southern part, the entire county, obviously, as you know, Chief. I did talk with Chief Moya probably about a year ago, and he said, what would be great? To name the fire station in Edgewood after Chief Stan Holden. And I said, that'd be a great idea. Because those of us that worked with Chief Stan Holden, the gentleman, very got things done. As well, speaking with Chief Black, Chief Vigil, other individuals. When our previous county manager was here, Catherine Miller, when she became manager, she talked to Chief Holden and said, "You're not going to retire, right?" He said, I'll stay here for a while. Chief Holden was actually headhunted by Eastern Texas area to go see an operation out there that roughly had about 12, 13 helicopter medics, this huge fire department out there in East Texas that pretty much ran the eastern part of Texas. And he went to Texas, and as the resolution mentioned, he struggled a little bit with some cancer. Chief Holden did pass away, but nonetheless, Chief Holden would be smiling and laughing and saying, "Rudy, you didn't have to do that," but I felt myself and Moya and a few others that, yes, we did need to do that. Thank you, Chief. Welcome, Chief. This is our new Fire Chief, Chief Black. Thank you. If you'd like to say a few words, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for this opportunity to come before you today. I am truly excited to be given the opportunity by Manager Schaefer to step into the new role to serve the county as the next fire chief, which I will begin on this upcoming Saturday, the 3rd. Chief, and thank you for this act of honoring Chief Holden by naming the station after him. Chief Holden truly was a visionary and a leader as he formed Santa Fe County Fire Department and brought 15 districts at that time together to under one department. He truly laid the foundation for Santa Fe County to turn into a tremendous combination career and volunteer department. And as we move forward, I'm positive that he would be incredibly proud of the men and women that serve in the department and serve the county. And I think he and his family would be excited to see that we are continuing to move forward as a combination department and that we have a bright future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chief Black. Madam.
Congratulations. We all look forward to working with you, Chief Block. It's an exciting time for Santa Fe County to have a young fire chief. And so we look forward to a long tenure with you. And congratulations.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, thank you very much. It is a pleasure, and I'm excited as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, my colleagues. Appreciate that. Moving on, item number 5 is the consent agenda. Any commissioners would like to remove anything or question anything from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, did we vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remove item H from the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve the consent agenda with item H removed.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with item H removed. All in favor by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Chair, would you like resolution numbers for all of those resolutions we just passed?
Yes.
Okay, so starting with 4A, that was resolution 097. Then 5A would be 098, 5B would be 099, 5C would be 100, D would be 101, E would be 102, F would be 103, and G would be 104.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr.
Before we
Chair.
actually go, did we do a motion? Yes. Just before we go on to item H, I'd just like to, in regards to the Recovery Center, item E, thank you, staff, for working with the Santa Fe Recovery Center, an amazing project and helping out the community tremendously. When you see the outcomes that happens from that, great job, Santa Fe County, my colleagues, and everybody that does participate or does work or is working with the Santa Fe Recovery Center, great job. Thank you. Item H, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to ask a couple questions about item H. One is, where are the urbanized areas in Santa Fe County? And even more importantly, I guess, in my way of thinking, what are we doing to reduce stormwater pollution rather than just, I mean, I know we're getting permits and stuff, but what are we doing actually to help the environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. My name is Caitlin Weber. I'm a sustainability specialist with the county, and I can speak to some of those questions. So with regards to the urbanized area, Santa Fe County's stormwater management permit, or our MS4 permit, pertains to the unincorporated urbanized areas. So those are urbanized areas that essentially fall outside of the city of Santa Fe's city limits. And so those urbanized areas are just south of the airport, in the community college area, and also in the Agua Fria area. And so under the county's MS4 permit, the county needs to maintain a stormwater management program and report annually on that program. And that program needs to address 6 minimum control measures. So public education and outreach, public involvement and participation, addressing illicit discharge detection and elimination, construction site stormwater runoff control, post-construction stormwater management, and then pollution prevention and good housekeeping in municipal operations. So in terms of activities that are going on right now, this work is really shared kind of across a number of different departments. So everything from the roads maintenance and facilities upkeep activities that Public Works takes on, to code enforcement that's occurring in the growth management department, to some of the education initiatives that sustainability has. So kind of notably, the septic to sewer conversion project in Agua Fria is one kind of large project that'll play a really important role in protecting water quality. And then those 3 departments are also meeting regularly to make updates to our stormwater management program and coordinate across the 3 departments.
And does, so as part of this process, measuring how we're doing and how are we doing? I mean, are we sending lots of junk into the Rio Grande with our stormwater, or are we doing pretty good, or?
So right now we're working with Bohannon Houston, and part of their work with us will be to make assessments make recommendations onto what we need to be updating in terms of our stormwater management program, and also to help us with developing monitoring strategies.
Okay, so we're not really monitoring much in the past so far. We're looking more toward the future monitoring?
That's right.
Right, okay. Well, thank you very much. With
Thank
that,
you.
I'll move for approval of this item.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Hughes for approval of item H on the consent agenda, second by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Thank you. Motion approved. We will now go to item number 8A, which is a presentation on the Los Alamos National Laboratories infrastructure and new construction, which is Los Alamos National Laboratory Staff Director Francis Chadwick and Community Partnership Office Director Kathy Keith. Commissioner Roybal, are you there with us?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kathy Keith with Los Alamos National Laboratory. Thank you so much for having us this afternoon for a quick update about the lab and what's going on. So I wanted to start today to confirm rumors that you've maybe heard that Los Alamos National Laboratory is growing. I'm putting up before you a slide, which I think is going to click over. Okay, sorry. That was the delay. They told me it was going to happen. It just took longer than I thought. So budgets at the laboratory are increasing, and as a result of that, so is our hiring. So in front of you, you will see that our headcount as of last year was 15,000, a little over 15,000. This is the largest that the laboratory has been in our history, at least since we've been counting what our headcount was at the laboratory. We anticipate this growth will continue through the next year. We anticipate hiring about another 2,000 employees next year. We hired 2,000 employees in FY22 as well. Some good news to talk about in terms of our hiring. First of all, our hiring is more and more local. So 60% of the employees that we hired last year, of the 2,000, had addresses in New Mexico. So we're hiring local individuals to fill these slots as much as we possibly can. We'll also talk to you a little bit today about some workforce pipeline or some partnerships that we have with regional colleges in order to train people for the jobs that are opening up at the lab. Of our headcount for last year in FY22, 3,236 employees lived in Santa Fe County, and about $386 million in payroll went home with those individuals who lived in Santa Fe County. We have seen that number spike in the last couple of years as the growth of the laboratory has happened, and with the constraints with building and developing housing in Los Alamos, that more and more of our workforce is coming from both Rio Arriba and Santa Fe counties. Right now, about 60% of our employees come from outside of Los Alamos County to work at the laboratory. So, of course, as you know, growth brings challenges. So we are working through what those challenges are with the help and support of many of the communities around us, including Santa Fe County, and we're appreciative of the conversations that we have had with the county over the last 2 to 3 years, anticipating that this growth was happening, and some development of new infrastructure that jointly we've entered into together. So first of all, with the housing need, we appreciate Santa Fe County's constant engagement and conversation with us about the development that's going on in the county in terms of housing. The city of Santa Fe has also had a lot of new housing development come online over the last 2 years. We see building in Los Alamos County as well, but as we've mentioned, the building in Los Alamos County is fairly limited due to the lack of land to build on there. And we also have a newly elected mayor in Espanola who's also interested in the development process and has started identifying parcels of land there. So it will take a regional lift for the new workforce that we see coming into the laboratory, knowing that we've got a significant percentage of locals that we're hiring. That helps us some with the housing issue, but we also know that we have 40% of those new hires who are coming from outside the state to add to our economy and will need places to live. We're exploring better transportation options, so a big thank you to Commissioner Hughes, who's on the Regional Transit District, who has been a partner with the laboratory in looking at some transportation studies about how we can build a regional transportation system a little bit stronger to bring the workforce that's needed into Los Alamos. As we grow, also looking at telecommuting. So it's become a way of the world since COVID that many of us work from home in hybrid situations or teleworking. The laboratory currently has a little over 3,500 individuals who are teleworking or in hybrid positions, which also cuts down on the traffic and helps us save with infrastructure, the stress on infrastructure from the additional workforce. The lab is currently in the process of updating facilities and infrastructures around the campus in Los Alamos. So I think it makes sense to you, as a county who manage a lot of infrastructure. Most of Los Alamos's infrastructure for the laboratory was built in the 1940s and 1950s. It is aging and needs to be updated, so we have some significant projects going on to update that infrastructure. What that also means for us in terms of workforce is a real strain on the regional craft and subcontractors who help us with that infrastructure development and updating. We currently have over 1,200 unionized craft members who work in Los Alamos daily on these projects. We hear from our friends at Intel that they are too in the middle of a fab and have a lot of pressure to hire craft and other skilled trades to work there. We know that Facebook has an ongoing site going in Los Lunas and a build there. They're also using skilled craft for that project. And in addition, we see the capital outlay needs that are coming down from the state. What I think that means to all of us is we will need more and more skilled craft to support the needs and growth of our economy in the region moving forward. A couple of quick notes. If you didn't know this, the laboratory now has 2 facilities in Santa Fe County, which has helped us to accommodate the growth of the laboratory as well. So one facility is at the corner of Guadalupe and Alameda in downtown Santa Fe. That houses communications staff and my office as well as a conference center that we use when we host technical meetings from professionals from around the country and around the world who come to Los Alamos and can interface with our staff there. Our second office building is over on Pacheco, kind of right off of St. Mike's and Pacheco. It was a former state office building complex that was no longer being used, that we are in the process of rehabbing. There are 3 buildings there. We've moved into 2, and construction is ongoing on the 3rd. So between those 2 spaces in Santa Fe, we'll be able to accommodate about 1,200 employees who will be working in Santa Fe, doing business functions. So the offices on Pacheco and St. Mike's will be used to house our IT, finance staff, HR, procurement, and other business functions for the laboratory. The majority of these workers are hybrid workers, so they are in that facility 2 to 3 days a week and then working at home the rest of the time. So retaining staff has also been an issue for the laboratory over the last year. I would suspect that Santa Fe County may say the same along with other employers. It's been a tumultuous time after COVID, understanding how we both retain the talented staff that we have and attract new staff to the region. In order to retain staff, we have been through a pretty significant process over the last 6 months to redo our benefits package, especially for our younger employees, to add some benefits in that will allow for more maternity leave. We're currently addressing childcare, which is also an issue. I think the good news of this growth for us is that the employees that we're bringing in are a next generation. So our average age has dropped by about 7 years in age in the last 3 years. And the majority of people who we are hiring now, the vast majority, are under 45 years of age. I think that puts an additional burden on housing, because we see new young families who need single-family housing in the region, who contribute to our school systems, and who need childcare. So our benefits package will really help address benefits for that age group. We've improved our salary skills. We're expanding promotions. I had a good conversation with Commissioner Roybal about a month ago about our new generation coming into the laboratory, and really their want and need to put in career ladders. So to start at a job and being able to work their way up and be eligible for promotions. Our average starting salary for FY22 for these jobs was $103,000. I think that speaks about jobs in the technology industry. So we are an R&D employer at the laboratory. And we pay commensurate to the R&D sector across the country. Just a quick update on science. So as the laboratory's budget expands, some of that expansion in budget is really due to the nation's focus on a new hydrogen economy. And we have some interesting projects that have kicked off in the last couple of years that we're pursuing in this area, including using AI to predict drought impacts. It was a big report released by some of our researchers about a year ago, which really predicts that when we look at the state of Colorado, it's going to look much more like New Mexico in the next decade. Although our researchers said this, our ski resorts in Colorado were really not happy to hear that their climate may be a little bit more drier moving forward, a big impact on their business, and thinking about how they conserve water as well. Los Alamos is leading a coalition in the Intermountain West area to really put plans together for the nation about how we go to a hydrogen economy. We've been doing this by convening regionally with groups to let them stake out where they see their future economies. We've had a robust conversation in northern New Mexico, and Santa Fe has been a clear part of that, using carbon capture, utilization, storage, clean hydrogen, bioenergy, and low carbon electricity as possible future ways to sustain our economy and energy use. Los Alamos is part of a bottle consortium. Some really exciting research coming out of this. Really what they're looking at is plastic waste. I know the county has much interest in plastic waste and recycling. So their initial research, very exciting, that It would be able to combine waste streams, so we would no longer have 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s in terms of plastic, that all of it could be recycled at once together, basically using polynomers that eat the plastic and turn it into a nylon substance that can then be recycled and used in other ways. We also have a team that's been looking at alternatives to plastic in terms of packaging and materials. And finally, we have a team working on the hydrogen and fuel cell-based engines for diesels. And we hope, as we partner with the Regional Transit District and put in new forms of public transportation, to see some of those hydrogen buses quickly on the road in northern New Mexico as we expand our public transportation network. Just a few words about economic development and the lab's contributions to economic development in northern New Mexico and specifically Santa Fe County. We are thrilled to announce that we have kicked off a new program to embed entrepreneurs in the laboratory. So we took 3 of them this year as our first year. They have promising technologies, and they will basically be on the payroll at the lab for 2 years, working side by side with scientists with expertise in their areas of interest to develop their technologies. I'll highlight Christina Trujillo, who's pictured here in this presentation. She is the founder of T-Neuropharma. They are an Albuquerque-based company. She's a New Mexico native and a graduate of UNMH. She has a technology to detect and deter Alzheimer's disease through a new blood test that she hopes to bring to market, and we hope to be able to help her do that as she spends time at the lab perfecting that technology. We have 2 programs in which the laboratory, both Sandia and Los Alamos, partner with the state of New Mexico. One is called the Trigger Program, which allows us to develop technologies side by side with companies who patent technologies coming out of the laboratory. So these would be New Mexico-based companies, and the lab's able to give them technical support in order to build their technologies out and launch them into the market. And then secondly, the New Mexico Small Business Assistance Program, again, a program by which we can support small businesses from around the state of New Mexico in technical challenges by matching them with expertise from the laboratories. We are proud that Santa Fe County has really taken advantage of that program. So last year, 30 companies in Santa Fe County, 30 of our small businesses were served through that program. And the year before in FY21, 29 small businesses. So we see a nice flow of businesses in Santa Fe County coming through and taking advantage of those partnerships with the laboratory. Finally, a few words on education and giving. The laboratory has a commitment to be a good neighbor and to give back. Triad National Security, LLC, who is the management and operating contractor of Los Alamos National Laboratory, contributed $2.5 million last year to philanthropy in the region. I'm thrilled to tell you that our employees at the laboratory open their wallets once a year and give as well. And last year they donated $2.5 million as well to regional nonprofit organizations for a total contribution of about $5 million. These contributions go into supporting STEM education and other nonprofits in our region. We're proud last year to be the largest corporate donor to the Food Depot, serving the region. We're also proud that our employees and Triad did their part in contributing almost $100,000 towards the fire relief efforts from our neighbors in San Miguel and Mora counties. We've also been hard at work developing workforce pipeline programs, and these are partnerships with regional schools in northern New Mexico. So our 6 partners are UNM branches in Taos and Los Alamos, as well as Northern New Mexico College, Santa Fe Community College, Luna Community College, and New Mexico Highlands University. Developing programs there that train students for positions at the laboratory, want to highlight a couple of those good partnerships that we have with Santa Fe Community College. We have kicked off a program, an Associates of Applied Science in Engineering Machining Technologies. So we're training machinists for jobs at the laboratory. How this program works is we hire the students the day they start their program at Santa Fe Community College. They're engaged in an internship and they're paid for that internship while they're completing their education at Santa Fe Community College. And then when they graduate, we can transition them right into positions at the laboratory. We've also been involved with Santa Fe Community College on a program called STEM Core, which is supporting associate's degrees in science, so students from around our region getting that degree program at SFCC, and we also hire those students as interns both during the year and in the summer. And finally, we've entered into a partnership, back to the issue about craft and us needing more skilled workforce in the area of construction trades. We've entered into a partnership with regional high schools whereby they can offer a curriculum while students are in high school. Students take that curriculum, complete it in building and construction trades, receive their high school diploma. They are then prioritized for an apprenticeship with the New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Union, and also prioritized for apprenticeships at the laboratory. We see this as a really nice way to create a pathway to a good paying job. So let me give you an example of how that looks for us at Los Alamos. And I'll take an electrician, for example. We bring a student in out of high school. They're an apprentice, so they're earning and a job there while they're learning on the job. That apprenticeship generally lasts for 5 years unless they have some community college training, and then the apprenticeship is a shorter time. They receive a raise every year as they develop more knowledge in their area of expertise. And after 5 years in that apprenticeship or commensurate education put in, they pass their journeyman's test and they are hired at the laboratory about $80,000 a year with a full benefits package as a starting salary. So these are really good paying jobs for our students in northern New Mexico. This is a workforce that we shouldn't be importing from other places. We would love to see our students engage in these jobs. And as I've mentioned, not only do we have these needs at Los Alamos, but we see our municipalities, Santa Fe County included, having these needs in terms of construction, the state, and other large employers as well. So we see this as a nice area where we can all work together to build a workforce and a future for our students of good paying jobs. The lab also supports STEM education. We have a commitment to that across the region. So we work at both the K through 12 level and we give every year to a scholarship program that is supported by both Triad and our employees in partnership with the Lannell Foundation. We're thrilled that last year we were able to award 138 4-year and 2-year scholarships to students. Our program, which has been around for 15 years now, which was originally started by a small group of laboratory employees who came together and said, education is important for us and we want to make sure everyone in northern New Mexico, all students, have the opportunity to pursue higher education. They started with some small contributions to a fund which has grown year over year and is now the largest private scholarship fund in the state of New Mexico. We're thrilled every year to award those scholarships to our high school students from throughout Santa Fe County, our rural school districts included, with an emphasis on needs-based scholarships for students. Also, just to mention quickly another program that we do in partnership with our communities, a community technical assistance program. We really just were given the authority to start doing this program about 3 years ago. We've had a couple of classes come through, and we're thrilled that we've been able to partner with Santa Fe County on some projects. So it gives us the authority to use technical assistance or expertise that we may have in the laboratory to support community projects, and those would be projects brought forward by any nonprofit organization, our government partners and our tribal partners. Last year, the City of Santa Fe Economic Development worked with us around data analysis, really looking at businesses that are in the city of Santa Fe, and better understanding the size of those businesses, who they are, what their needs are. And we help them basically sort through some databases so that they understand that information better. Also, we engage with the Acequia de los Indios. We have some ground penetrating radar at the laboratory. It's a pretty proprietary technology that we've used and developed. We were able to take it out to the acequia that had run dry and x-ray the source of the acequia to find out why it had dried up. And thank goodness they were able to basically make some changes so that the acequia is operational again. Also had the chance to work with the Santa Fe entrepreneurial ecosystem. This was developing a joint website with the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County economic development entities. We have some new technology at the lab that made websites a little bit more interactive. We were able to use that to develop a website, and we appreciate the partnership from the city and the county in providing us the data that we needed, resources that entrepreneurs needed. So that website has been launched, and we were happy to support it. We will do a call for projects in January, and if members of the commission are interested, we would love to send information for you on that. I'm excited to partner with nonprofit organizations in the region and even to look at the county's needs if there's any way we could partner as well, to use our expertise to further benefit our communities. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and I'll stand for any questions that you have. I also brought for you today our National Security Science magazine. This is put out on a regular basis by the laboratory, and this issue focuses on climate and some of the work that the laboratory is doing, our research based on climate change.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Before I open it up to the commissioners, I would just once again thank you for coming forward to Santa Fe County and communicating with us as into what's happening, where your vision is, and where you're going, and what your all thoughts are in this process with the laboratory. Also, Commissioner Roybal, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Commissioner Garcia, or Chair Garcia.
Thank you for bringing this forward. This is actually great. It does join Commissioner Roybal's district. And Commissioner Roybal, thank you for bringing this presentation forward. This puts a lot in my mind, and also as well as a previous presentation we had last month. But your presentation was excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for bringing this forward. The next county manager is telling me, Rudy, there's your favorite word, economic development, huh? Because everybody loves that economic development word. And I see everybody has a different vision of economic development. But speaking of a New Mexico economic development driving force that's happening up there at the laboratory, amazing of what it's doing, anywhere from the GRT tax to the local community to the state as a whole. Years ago, Santa Fe County supported a bill with Representative Jeanette Wallace, the ex-speaker, the late speaker Ben Lohan, Senator, late speaker, Senator Carlos Cisneros, and a few other major legislatures that passed a GRT tax that the state of New Mexico gets a huge revenue income from that laboratory, as well as Los Alamos County. But as you mentioned, in working with the community as a former Santa Fe Public School Board member, in regards to what you do just with the Santa Fe Public Schools, and I'm sure with all the surrounding school districts that adjoin Los Alamos, is anywhere from the scholarship programs that you do to the STEM, as you mentioned, to working with our local school district in the Santa Fe area. I'm sure you do a lot in the northern part as well. Thank you for what you do for that. It's just amazing to see how that transpires and how that works. You spoke about machining. My best friend's wife, her dad, Mr. Marin Mir. Mr. Mir was one of the top machinists in the 70s over there at the laboratory, and he left there and he retired there, and he came and worked for the Santa Fe Votech, and he trained many of my friends and many of individuals in Santa Fe to become a machinist. And so just passing on the trade work and what happens up there at the labs and how it could come down to the younger generation is great for the laboratory to think of where are we going with this economic development driving force. This morning I had a gathering with some state leaders and the hydrogen economy, as you talked about. Very interesting. They were talking to me about something that's, City of Clovis is becoming very fast-track thinking and working with the laboratories, but I think that's great that you all are reaching out to the entire state as into what we can do for this community and how we can help out with this community. Once again, great presentation. Commissioner Roybal, thank you for bringing this forward. This is possibly maybe a thing you could bring forward to our colleagues once a year as into what's happening, what's going on. And great presentation, and please keep up the communication with our elected officials and our community here in the Santa Fe area.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I would come up with questions, but that was a very thorough presentation, and I don't have any questions because I don't think I know enough. But I did want to just mention for everybody who's interested, we did look at hydrogen-powered buses for the RTD, and eventually decided that the technology was too expensive and not far enough along. So we're only purchasing electric buses for the Regional Transit District, even for the longer routes, which was very interesting, but it'll be interesting to see with the research you're doing into fuel cell technology, whether the prices come down and the fuel becomes more available, that we do use more of those kind of things. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Roybal, any comments?
Yes, Chair Garcia. You know, it's pretty heartwarming to hear that the laboratory is working with our local acequias on bringing technology forward to work with them and find issues that we have in the aquifers. I mean, anybody that's a commissioner knows that our acequias doesn't have very much money. And for the laboratory to be able to bring that technology forward to help the acequias, I mean, that says quite a bit, and I'm very happy to hear that. I think that there's a lot of things as far as, the local hiring, unbelievable. I mean, the local hiring is way up. I think they may have said 60% as far as individuals that got hired at the laboratory that had local addresses. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I think they're probably 10 to 15,000 employees almost at this point. And I could be wrong. It might be more. It might be right in that parameter. But, just a science that's coming out of the laboratory, a lot of times that it gets focused on certain areas that the laboratory works on, but there's so much technology out there as far as cancer research, everything else that comes with it that helps our communities. It's one of the things that I feel like we're very fortunate to have the laboratory in northern New Mexico, and I think that in the past people have said that how do we keep our kids here? How do we keep them local? And the laboratory has taken that extra step to say, let's start working with our local colleges. Let's put programs in place so that we can hire more local kids so that we don't have our kids leaving the state because there's not something here for them. And so I think, the laboratory has gone above and beyond working with our local students. I mean, and with our kids, we all want our kids to stay here and get good paying jobs. And now we have Facebook and other entities in the area that are also keeping them here. But the laboratory is a huge part of that. And, I think that they do some really great research in the area and do some great things for, the future of the United States and for our country in general. And I think we're a huge part of that. And it's really awesome to hear that and to see some of the things that they're bringing forward. I do have a couple other questions. On the slides, it mentioned employee volunteerism and, community outreach. And what other ways can the laboratory employees give, if I can ask that question?
Sure. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Roybal, happy to answer that question. So our employees also volunteer in the region. We encourage that and give them opportunities. So partnering with nonprofit organizations where we take groups of employees out. We especially like to do that in the summer when we have 1,600 student interns at the laboratory. They really love volunteering. They love learning more about communities, both their communities and new communities in the state. So a couple of years ago, we were at Okewinge, helping them to rebuild and mud the new village that they're building at the center of the Pueblo, and rebuilding and restoring houses there. Our students showed out up in mass for that project and really enjoyed it and thought it was fabulous to understand Adobe and how they would build with Adobe. We have other projects we've highlighted in our slides that we have community volunteers who volunteer at the Calza Gardens in Espanola. This is one of the fresh food sources to many of our food pantries and food banks in the region. They donate produce throughout the summer. So we're happy to support those kinds of causes. Our employees have the ability to have paid time, a limited amount of paid time every year to go out and support STEM causes around the region. So that puts them as the judges at our science fairs. This week, they're headed to Las Cruces for the Governor's STEM Challenge at New Mexico State University, where we have a whole group of scientists and engineers who will be judges and engage with high school students from around the state, and our teams from Santa Fe, who will be there competing as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. You know, and another thing I wanted to mention is even the food depot. It's something that the county, Santa Fe County, that's one of our stars in the area, Santa Fe, the food depot, and we're always highlighting, you know, how well they do and how much they do for our communities. And just to hear that the laboratory is one of the biggest contributors to the food depot is really awesome to hear too. And, you know, it's something that, you know, you know, I didn't know that until today, but I'm really, I applaud you for that. And if the laboratory, if they're not number one, I'd love to see them number one in the future. The other question that I had, what if anything does the lab do to understand the impact of the climate change? You know, as far as the nation, forests, particularly those in northern New Mexico, because, you know, I know that we're concerned nationwide, but in northern New Mexico, I think that we have some really plush forests, and, you know, it's something that we really need to preserve.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roybal, happy to highlight a local project. So we have a group of researchers who have been working with the U.S. Forest Service to help them better understand controlled burns. So our region has seen some tragic forest fires in the last 20 years as a result of controlled burns by government entities that were done according to their data at appropriate times. But what we saw from that was devastation, most recently in San Miguel and Mora counties with our fire there. So we are working right now, our scientists are with the Forest Service to develop a modeling system that can better help them determine the health of the forest when they start a controlled burn. So hopefully the state of New Mexico, northern New Mexico, and our country for that reason never have this problem again.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that, because we, quite frankly, New Mexico can't take another devastation as far as that type of fire in the state that we had in Mora County and in Sandoval County. That, you know, it was really detrimental to our communities. So I'm glad to hear that. I do want to also, you know, I know we talked a little bit about the plastic recycling and bottles, and, you know, you hear so many things sometimes where people aren't really recycling bottles, and we send them to China. You see them in the ocean. What, you know, I'm just kind of putting that out there. But I've heard a little bit about that, the bottle consortium. is it just for plastic bottles or can we go further than that?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Roybal, right now, our project at Los Alamos is focused on plastic bottles. Clearly, a huge conversation and concern to our country, threat to our country and our world as a whole. If we look at the islands of plastic bottles that we have floating in the oceans around the world, there has to be a way to clean those up and recycle them, and that's really been our focus. That work is paid for through the U.S. Department of Energy. It's federally funded, and we're part of a consortium. But hopefully the base technologies that we can develop looking at that issue will be expansive to more than just plastic, but other kinds of recyclables as well. Bottles is the primary source that we've been looking at with microbes, but not bottles, I think if I'm right about this, are a 1. If we look at that system of how we rate recyclables, right now they're able to not only do the number 1s, but to do the number 1 through 6s to have those biodigested by this enzyme as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess my last question, as far as I know that I've heard from local environmental groups, they're saying that the lab is planning a network of highways through Caja del Rio. Is that when and will that happen, and when will it happen?
Chairman and Commissioner Roybal, that will not happen. So there was a discussion brought up years ago about the potential as we expanded infrastructure, as the laboratory workforce was expanding, of looking at that as an alternative. But that is now completely off the table, and the strategy that the laboratory is working on is increased public transportation and also opening offices in Santa Fe, which cut down on the transportation needs into Los Alamos. And also, I think, allows us to build some regional infrastructure in terms of public transportation with the RTD so that we can all benefit as a region from increased transportation.
Okay, great. And, if I didn't say it already, Ms. Keith, thank you for your presentation. You did a great job. I'm very excited to hear all of the services and also all the plan of the laboratory, so I appreciate that. And, I'll go ahead and turn it over to other commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hudson. Thank you, Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Kathy, for your presentation. It was incredibly positive, but, there's a lot of issues that Los Alamos does have that are not so positive. And one of them is, there's a Biden administration Justice 40 initiative, and I'm interested how you're working and creating that. I know that Mr. Michelanis is aware of that, and so I would like to, in the future here, when you come back again, to give us an update on how you are working with that initiative, because we have a lot of people of color and underserved population in the Rio Arriba and tribal neighborhoods, and I think the Justice 40 project is really important. And so I'm interested in that. I'm happy to hear that you're no longer interested in building a highway over the Caja del Rio, since we are all very concerned about the protection of the Caja del Rio as being one of a sacred landscape for not only our tribal population, but for many of our Hispanic and long-serving Anglo residents here. The one thing you didn't mention, which is why you're getting all this money, is pit production. And, that is something that I am incredibly concerned about because of the contamination. And so in the future, I think it would be really good to include that in your presentation and not ignore some of these issues that are really detrimental to our community. I am grateful to have a better relationship with DOE-EM since Mr. Michelanis has come, and I will be meeting with senior staff from Washington, D.C. in the next week or so to talk about cleanup, because that is really one of my big concerns. I think I have issues with the fact that you've divided EM into their own sections so that the NNSA doesn't have to deal with that part, but at the same time, NNSA is also producing a tremendous amount of waste from the pit production, and that is something that I am very concerned about. How are we going to deal with this waste besides putting it down at WIP? If we have all these really smart scientists and all these great things that are happening, how come we haven't come up with a way to deal with the waste from splitting the atom and all the nuclear contamination that exists? So those are just, and I'm also very concerned about the SWICE, because the SWICE and site-wide environmental impact statement that the NNSA is planning to do will not include pit production, which makes me really concerned, because that is the whole reason for a SWICE and the impacts of pit production on the community and on the water in the Rio Grande. The fact that we have the Buckman direct diversion directly below, and myself and Commissioner Hamilton sit on the Buckman direct diversion. We are very concerned about contamination in the water and off of the hill, and making more pits, and is disconcerting to me, or is very concerning to me. And I am grateful for the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. They, I feel, are their one protection that we as citizens of New Mexico have to actually ever hear anything from NNSA. And I would appreciate NNSA coming and talking about what they're doing. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Keith. Once again, thank you for being very, very well-rounded in what's happening at the laboratory. And thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for bringing this forward. Also, we did have a presentation last month in the group that's actually doing cleanup at the laboratory. So I'm sure the commission would like for that group to come forward, as well as into what Commissioner Hansen's bringing up was what's happening up there cleaning up. Yes, we have a new economic driving force. One of the things is working with local government and communicating with local government, but I just figured out you have kind of a top little secret out there, an individual that knows local government. And to me, northern New Mexico is Santa Fe North. And he's the next county manager, deputy county manager. Mr. Trujillo out there in the audience, he knows that roundhouse very well. He knows community development. He's held in a shovel in his hand to clean on a Osaki and so on and so forth. But great job, David, as well. But thank you for excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and we're happy to come back and cover any issues that you want us to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair Garcia?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
I would like to request that the laboratory comes back and presents to basis, because I think it's important for us to get these updates and determine the concerns that we have. I know that as the chair of the Buckman direct diversion, and also as a member for quite a few years, the laboratory was always very responsive and gave us detailed information as to information that we needed on the Buckman direct diversion, and they were always very gracious and were working with the Buckman direct diversion. So I would still like to see if the laboratory would be willing to come back every December and give us the same presentation, present what we need so that we can keep our constituents informed.
She's nodding her head yes, but I'm sure we can have somebody get with her, with Mrs. Director Keith and see if it's possible.
And Mr. Trujillo.
Obviously.
Once again, I'd just like to thank Kathy Keith for being here today and giving this presentation. It was very informative.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, thanks so much for the invitation, and we'd love to come back in the future and talk with you about ongoing issues that we have as neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 6, appointments and reappointments is an action item. Item A is a request approval of the reappointment of the resident member of the Santa Fe County Housing Authority Board, Mr. Barella.
Yes. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. As the chair mentioned, I'm here before you today to request the reappointment of our resident member of the Housing Authority Board, Kathy Hurtado. Pursuant to Santa Fe County Resolution 2010-104, which was the resolution that established the board is to be comprised of 7 members. 5 members are the sitting BCC membership, with 1 community member and 1 resident member. And both the community and resident members are required to be appointed by the BCC. Pursuant to that resolution and also a requirement of HUD, the resident member must also be served by our housing authority and must be a resident in our public housing program. And our current resident member, Ms. Hurtado, she continues to meet the qualifying criteria of this board position, and she has provided a letter of interest to continue her position with the board for an additional 2-year term. Ms. Hurtado is by far our most active and engaged public housing resident. She is always open to listen to concerns from residents, as well as take the initiative to address not only resident concerns, but also activities and other processes within the development that really sort of build that bridge in community. So with that, she is probably one of our tenants that is most conscientious about what's going on in our developments, what it's like to be a resident in the developments, and the concerns of the tenants that we provide services to. So staff fully support her reappointment as a resident member. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barella, for hanging in here tonight with us. Usually take off early since your meeting's earlier in the day, but thank you. Any questions of commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we do or have ever considered paying our resident member a stipend. We do that at my other place of employment. We started doing that because we were required to have formerly homeless people represent on various committees, and we have found that greatly increases attendance because it'll, for one thing, it might help people pay for the gas to get to the meeting and things like that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, as far as the stipend payment for the Housing Authority Board, I don't know that that's ever been looked at, but it is something that I can take a look into. Speaking of payments for boards, we do provide stipends for our resident advisory boards. So any tenant that's a part of that process, because that is a federal requirement, does get a monthly stipend for meetings. Though I don't know why it hasn't been looked at, or if it's been looked at for this particular membership as a resident part of the Housing Authority Board. But that is something we can evaluate and see if that's allowable.
Well, I would encourage us to look at that, and if we need to make some change to the resolution, that we do that, because I think that it's actually also only fair, because 5 of us are getting at least some form of payment for being here, and it would be only fair because we're asking someone who's obviously going to be lower income to devote their time that they might be doing something else to take care of themselves for this, and I think it's only fair that we look at a way to provide them a stipend. With that, I would move for approval of Ms. Hurtado as the...
Second. Have a motion. She's in the audience. Do you approve of this? Good. Thank you for your institutional knowledge once again, and thank you for what you do for the Housing Authority. I have a motion by Commissioner Hughes and a second by myself. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion approves. Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. Motion approves. Thank you, Mr. Barella. Item number 6B, request approval of appointment of 4 Members to serve on the Santa Fe County Planning Commission from County Commission Districts 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The SLDC gives the BCC the authority to appoint members of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission consists of 7 members, including 1 member from each of the commission districts and 2 at-large members. 3 of the members are appointed in even-numbered years, and 4 members are appointed in odd-numbered years. The terms of 4 of the current Planning Commission members will expire in January of 2023. These members represent Commission Districts 1, 3, 4, and 5. In late October and early November, the county sent out press releases seeking interested members of the general public to serve on the Planning Commission. We received letters of interest from several constituents who are interested in serving on the Planning Commission from Districts 1, 3, 4, and 5 as listed in the staff report. All applicants' letters of interest and resumes are included in Exhibit B. Staff recommends appointment or reappointment of the following members to serve on the Planning Commission. For District 1, appointment of Carl Trujillo for a 2-year term expiring in January of 2025. For District 3, reappointment of J.J. Gonzalez for a 2-year term expiring in January of 2025. For District 4, Eric Abo for a 2-year term expiring in January of 2025. And in District 5, reappointment of Rio Serna for a 2-year term expiring in January of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero. Does anybody have any questions in regards to the staff recommendation? If not, can I get a motion if everybody's in favor of their...
I have a few comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that there have been a number of people who have applied in the past many times. I recognize some of these names consistently. And so I think it's, I would like to find, I would hope we could encourage them to apply for other boards, since many of these people continually seem to want to serve. And I think that I think when people want to serve their community, we should try and find places to help them do that. And I don't know what else. I can't think right at the moment what else we have available. I know we have the Health Policy Board, but there are some other boards in the community. I have thought about, I would like to see an arts board again, but that has not been a priority. So I'm just saying that. I'm just saying there's some good people on these lists, and I understand why you chose the people you did, but there's people who I read a number of these resumes, and there's a lot of talented people out there who want to serve on this committee, and so I'll just leave it there at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner. In regards to, thank you for everybody that sits on the Planning Commission. And as the Commissioner mentioned, anybody that has applied to be on the Planning Commission, because as you know, Vicki, and as we had a talk in front of, or I had a talk with your entire land use team, is development in Santa Fe County is going to move forward, and it's coming. And the Planning Commission actually does the job to funnel and filter stuff that comes before the County Commission. But I'm definitely okay with staff recommendations. Commissioner Roybal, are you okay with staff recommendations?
Sir, I would agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Hanson's comment.
Commissioner, it's hard to understand you. Commissioner, are you okay with staff recommendation?
I'm okay with staff recommendations. Garcia, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Are you okay with staff? Yes?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the 4 people recommended by staff as our appointments to the Planning Commission.
Commissioners, we have a motion to approve staff recommendation. District 1, Carl Trujillo. District 3, JJ Gonzalez. District 4, Eric Obo. District 5, Reina Cerna. You okay with that, Commissioner Roybal?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a second by myself. All in favor of staff's recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving forward, item 7, miscellaneous action items. 7A is a resolution authorizing the disposal of specified solid waste without paying service fees to increase tire recycling in Santa Fe County.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Caitlin Weber, Sustainability Specialist with Santa Fe County. This resolution is to authorize disposal of solid waste without paying service fees to increase tire recycling in the county. So in 2022, the county was awarded a Recycling and Illegal Dumping Act grant from the state of New Mexico. This grant was to purchase new roll-off bins and also to offer limited free tire recycling at county convenience centers. And so the resolution before you today is to authorize a free passenger vehicle tire event at 6 county convenience centers on Saturday, April 15th, 2023.
Mr. Chair. Caitlin, thank you. I think these RAID grants are a great thing, and especially to help clean up our environment. And any way we can get more tires out of the land and back into, some kind of recycling process, and they used to use tires in asphalt. I'm wondering, do they still do that? I think that would be a good use for tires, and but I think these RAID grants are really a good thing, and thank you for going out and working on this and getting it for the tires. So with that, I will move to approve this resolution authorizing the disposal of specific solid waste without paying service fees to increase tire recycling in Santa Fe County.
Second, I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by myself. Discussion. I'd actually, as Commissioner Hanson knows, when she first got into office off of Camino La Tierra, up in her area, there was an arroyo that was actually filled with tires. She actually took it upon herself to work with staff to get a grant, which actually cleaned up that entire arroyo off of Fin del Sendero that got cleaned up. And in this, the community that's listening out there for Santa Fe County to actually have a free day for recyclable or for tires, that's a big thing. I don't think any community in the entire state out of the 33 counties actually does that. But it does reduce the dispose of tires in areas that we do not want to see tires in, which is a good thing. But thank you for the presentation. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. Item 7B is a resolution supporting the New Mexico County's 2023 legislative priorities. Mr. Hutch Miller.
Mr. Chair, would you like a resolution number for that
I'm
resolution?
sorry, Madam Clerk. Yes, this is my first rodeo.
Sure,
Yes,
that's
please.
not true. Resolution 2022-105.
05?
105, 105.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Chair Garcia, Commissioners. Are you able to hear me well?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm back again, and it must mean it's legislature time. So the first item that I'm bringing forth to you is the resolution supporting the New Mexico County's 2023 legislative priorities. So this is a regular occurrence here and also with all the 33 counties in the state. And what this is a whittling down of legislative priorities across all the counties. And so these are items which are affecting or have some, they're related to the counties, and it would take state legislation to address all of these different situations. And so what New Mexico counties has is 4 different categories related to legislation which they are asking for Santa Fe County's support as well. The first, they're broken down into the 4 categories as I mentioned. The first item is House Bill 2 appropriations. The second category is public safety package. The third, courthouse funding. And the final and fourth is IPRA, election-related records and data. And let me just briefly go through the specific items of each of those categories. And if I can address any questions related to those details within the categories, feel free to ask me any questions. First one, appropriations, is increase the County Detention Facilities Reimbursement Act fund to reimburse counties for the cost of housing New Mexico Corrections Department inmates. Second item within that category, prisoner transport extradition. Create a line item in the DFA budget with $750,000 to reimburse counties that provide transportation for state prisoners. Third item in that category is emergency medical services. Create a line item in the Department of Health Emergency Medical Services Bureau budget with $10 million to assist local government emergency medical services. Emergency medical services in New Mexico have been significantly underfunded for years.
Really quick, Mr. Miller. Commissioner Roybal, are you still on the other line? On the line? If I don't hear Commissioner Roybal, we have to take a timeout because we don't have a quorum. So.
Chairman Garcia, I do not see Commissioner Roybal on WebEx.
Thank you, Mr. Fresquez. We'll actually take a minute break till Commissioner Hanson returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. I was on the second category within the New Mexico County's legislative priorities, and the second category is public safety package. Within that category is return to work. Local governments struggle to fill critical public safety positions, so they're asking able and willing retirees to return to public safety positions within counties. And recruitment and retention, they're asking for a recruitment and retention fund that would provide local governments with needed resources to provide detention services to their communities. And the third item within that category is staffing crisis in fire and EMS. So they're asking for a appropriation of $50 million to support volunteer and paid fire department staff. And so that would be spread across the 33 counties, the $50 million. The third category within the New Mexico County's legislative priorities is courthouse funding, and that's simply creating a fund for those counties who are faced with making rehabs and new constructions of courthouses for district courts within their counties. And the fourth category is IPRA and election-related records and data. So my understanding is that the last session, there was a bill, Senate Bill 6, which was supposed to address the questions about how IPRA requests related to county clerk's offices, and as opposed to Senate Bill 6, which was a much larger bill, what they're trying to attempt for the upcoming session is just a specific bill to address the IPRA requests and how it relates to clerk's offices. I don't know if our county clerk would like to provide any more information on that specific item. But if there are questions about any of those categories or any of those specific items in the categories, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Chair. So, I think in general, these are pretty recognized needs within each of the counties. I do have a concern about the return to work just because of the unions and how they might interpret that. I also recognize that we have a real serious shortage, a staffing shortage. And so I think the return to work wording is a little problematic for me, just because it could bring up issues with the unions and their concerns about this issue. But I recognize that we need to fill a lot of these critical public safety positions. And so I'm just bringing that up as an issue that concerns me. It's not enough to make me not vote for this package because I think there's some other good things in it, but I do think that's something we're going to have to pay attention to in the legislature when this comes forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Is there any other elected officials that would like to speak on behalf of the New Mexico counties?
Commissioner Hughes has his right.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to ask if our county clerk would tell us whether she's in favor of the part about the IPRAs.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. Yes, we are definitely in favor. We did bring 5 items to the NMC board. I presented them on behalf of the clerk's affiliate. While all were endorsed by the board, this one was chosen as the priority because both the attorney's affiliate and the clerk's affiliate felt this was an important issue. There is tension between our duty as clerks to protect the privacy of the voter and the way that IPRA is being interpreted in various different counties. And so this bill that we've read, it's a very simple draft, basically clarifies where the boundary occurs between protecting the voter's privacy and the security of the election and what is IPRA-able.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any further questions of the commission? If not, can I hear a motion?
Chair Garcia?
Yes, sorry, Commissioner Roybal.
Oh, no worries. Sorry. First of all, I want to say that I did vote in the approval of staff recommendations on the Planning Commission. And, I definitely support Madam Clerk in this as well.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move for approval of the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion for approval of the resolution by Commissioner Hughes and a second by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we get a resolution number?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Resolution number is 2022-106.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Item number C is a resolution identifying Santa Fe County 2023 legislative priority. Mr. Miller.
Chair Garcia, I'm back. So our next resolution is specific to Santa Fe County and our legislative priorities. So what this is a consolidation of various legislative priorities brought forth throughout the year, and also a consolidation of actual other resolutions which have been passed by the board this year, and they're related to legislation. And so what we do for ease of reference during the upcoming 2023 legislative session is combine all these different actions which the board has already taken place, put it into one resolution so that you can reference the one resolution and not having to be shuffling around 10 different resolutions related to specific things. And so this item here is, I would say, general legislative priorities, and what we have upcoming are items also related to the environment and sustainability, and also items related to the Economic Development Department. So those will be two separate items, and these will be the general items. So contained within this resolution is support for legislation associated with potential measures related to affordable housing, moratorium on evictions, single-use plastics and polystyrene ban, common sense gun safety regulations, financial assistance for home solar installation, improvements to the New Mexico energy grid, long-term water sustainability, statewide expansion of broadband infrastructure, New Mexico grown fresh fruits and vegetables for schools and senior meals, support the protection and enhancement of pollinator species and their habitat, funding for New Mexico Environment Department and Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, implement evidence-based strategies to reduce alcohol-related harms in our communities. So those are the different specific categories for which the county, Santa Fe County specifically, would provide support if there's legislation introduced related to those items.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Hutch, for grouping all these items together, and the county manager's office. I think this is a good solution in a good way. Makes it much more accessible and easy to reference. I brought forward the resolution on greenhouse gases last time, mainly because constituents had asked me to do that. But I think with that, I would like to move to support this resolution identifying Santa Fe County's 2023 legislative priorities, knowing that there's more to come.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. A resolution resolution identifying Santa Fe County 2023 legislative priorities. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may I have a resolution number?
Resolution number 2022-107. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Good luck at the session this year.
No, he's got more. Oh, no, not you.
Item number D is a resolution identifying Santa Fe County legislative priorities for environmental sustainability and climate action. Jacqueline Beam and Commissioner Hanson.
So we had a really good coalition meeting this morning, and Jacqueline was there. And I want to recognize Gary Payton for all of his work for the Coalition of Sustainable Communities. He is leaving us, which is a really unfortunate thing for the coalition because he is such a valuable contributor and has helped us in so many ways through all of the legislation that is coming forward at the Roundhouse. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jacqueline so that she hasn't been standing waiting here for nothing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And Chair Garcia, Commissioners, I really don't have a whole lot to say other than we have kept the resolution for the legislative priorities for sustainability very broad in order to cover the bills that are coming forward. And in so doing, the sustainability team has been working very closely with the coalition, and everything was drafted based upon what the coalition has advised us to support.
Chair.
Mr. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, so I was at the beginning of that meeting this morning, and I didn't do an exact crosswalk, but I'm wondering if everything on the coalition's agenda is covered by these, or whether we should have another resolution to specifically lay out theirs.
Commissioner Hughes, everything is covered here, even though it looks like it's quite broad. That's the whole reason, is to give a wide berth to anybody who's over at the Roundhouse to support certain sustainable issues. And I do believe that, I know you're concerned about funding of the Green Fund, and I believe that is in here also. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner Hanson, Chair, Commissioners. The Green Fund is in general supported by the county. How we proceed as far as our contribution to that, it remains to be seen, but we do support the idea.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking in case some of their particular bills come up, like the Green Fund. I want to make sure that we can say that Santa Fe County supports the creation of a statewide Green Fund, or anything else that's on their list, some of which. So anyway, that answers my question. I'm glad that we can safely go to the Roundhouse and tout all our environmental goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other discussion on identifying Santa Fe County legislative priorities for environmental sustainability and climate action?
I will so move.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimously approved. Madam Chair, can I get may I get a resolution number?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2022-108.
And I want to thank Jacqueline and her entire team for working on this and working with the coalition and being at the meeting this morning. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Item number E is a resolution identifying Santa Fe County 2023 legislative priorities for community development. Mr. Joseph Montoya.
Chairman Garcia, members of the commission, before you we have a resolution built upon the same thesis of keeping it as broad as possible. So within community development, economic development division, community development department, economic development, we have aspects of film, we have aspects of tourism, we have aspects of broadband, one of which you've already mentioned in your general one, and also we have a very specific program related to private financing at lower interest rates for energy efficiency. So it's more on the sustainability side. It was my fault I didn't get into the sustainability resolution because it came a little later, but it's relative to the ability to, there is a program going on right now with the state of New Mexico. It's not operating very well, so there's going to make minor changes to this program. But basically, organizations, private entity organizations that are looking for lower cost capital to do energy efficiency improvements is allowed by this particular program. And it's a good way, without any public dollars, to provide more energy efficiency. I did want to also state that generally we have an affordable housing resolution. We weren't able to get that in time because we were waiting for the Mortgage Finance Authority, and there was delays and delays. Turns out that they only have 2 aspects into it, so we have that resolution ready to go. And so for the next commission meeting, we'll be presenting the affordable housing resolution. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So thank you for adding this, support the changes to CPACE. I think that's really important that we fix that bill. I know there's been many people lobbying for years on trying to get this to function better. And so I'm happy to see this in this resolution. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution identifying Santa Fe County 2023 legislative priorities for community development.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Roybal, are you still with us? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2022-109.
Thank you. Item number 8 are presentations. Item B is a presentation of open space, trails, and parks Master Naturalist Program.
Good afternoon, Chair Garcia and Commissioners. My name is Nav Khalsa, and I am the Volunteer Coordinator for Santa Fe County in the Sustainability Department within the Community Development Department. I'm here today to tell you an important role that I fill in my position as Volunteer Coordinator and the critical role that our Master Naturalist Program fills in contributing to the protection and conservation of our Santa Fe County open spaces. Master Naturalist programs exist all over the world, and our Master Naturalist program began in 2018. It was established by Open Space County staff Peggy Dar and Maria Lohman. They collaborated with the Santa Fe Botanical Garden and the Audubon Southwest to create the Northern New Mexico Master Naturalist program, and it is now run continuously for 4 years. I attended the training in 2019 and volunteered over 200 hours for the 3 partner agencies and joined Santa Fe County as a staff in my current position this past March. In my position as volunteer coordinator, I co-facilitate the program in partnership with 2 other agencies, planning and attending the classes and field trips, and manage the volunteers that are assigned to Santa Fe County. So why do we need a Master Naturalist program? Well, Santa Fe County's Sustainable Growth Management Plan outlines core concepts for countywide sustainability. These principles are interrelated and include environmental responsibility, economic strength and diversity, community livability, and quality of life. County resolutions that support these principles include our 30 by 30 initiative, our increased pollinator habitat resolution, and Resolution 2001-01, which protects our open spaces in a number of ways. Our sustainability core values are further supported in the Santa Fe County Open Space Trails and Parks Strategic Management Plan. As outlined in this plan, a key part of planning and development of our open spaces is educational programming and stewardship. These activities are coordinated with planning and resource management to implement appropriate projects with community volunteers and other land management agencies. The Master Naturalist Program was created to address the key components of the plan: educational programming and stewardship. Again, Resolution 2001-01 is worth highlighting as it specifically tasks us with protecting our open spaces, addressing again our core principles. Constituents as well as county staff work together to further the efforts of this resolution, and the Master Naturalist Program is one of the tools that our constituents can utilize to support our open spaces with their hands, minds, and hearts. The mission of our program is to foster a diverse community of naturalists equipped to promote awareness, understanding, and stewardship of New Mexico's natural environment, resources, and heritage through education and service with our partner organizations. The program is held each fall, running August through November, and the 55-hour course provides a combination of classroom and field training, giving participants an understanding of the ecology and environmental issues facing northern New Mexico. Participants seeking certification are required to volunteer a minimum of 30 hours with one of the partner organizations within a year of completing the course, and to remain certified, Master Naturalists take part in 25 hours of volunteer work every year, as well as 5 hours of continued education. Upon graduation from the program, Master Naturalists choose to volunteer with one of the partner agencies. The 8 open space properties that currently host Master Naturalist volunteer projects include Los Potreros, Little Tesuque Creek, Talaya Hill, La Cieneguilla, El Peñasco Blanco, Lamy, and Thornton Ranch. You will notice these properties span much of the county and cover many districts. Science-based management, grounded in best available physical, biological, and social science, informs the creation of our volunteer projects. This restoration-based approach ensures the protection, sustainability, and resiliency of resources while maintaining and enhancing the quality of outdoor experiences for the wider community. Our Master Naturalist volunteer projects include property stewarding, monarch monitoring, beaver coexistence monitoring, invasive species removal, erosion control activities, native seed planting and monitoring, as well as wildlife camera installation and monitoring. As we lack the staff capacity to regularly monitor all of our open spaces, we utilize Master Naturalists as county property stewards. Open space property stewards looks for such things as illegal access, unsanctioned trails, fire rings, erosion issues, down fences and signs, as well as newly identified species to add to our plant and wildlife database. This not only helps us better conserve our amazing open spaces, but also improves our wildlife lists for each property, so we can tailor our management and conservation efforts towards these species. Issues reported by our stewards are funneled by me to our county staff, either our maintenance staff, or we turn them into a volunteer project if appropriate. At the Los Potreros open space, located in Chimayo, this was purchased to protect the backdrop of the Sanctuario, as many of you know. Our volunteer activities at this site include monitoring for trespass cattle, fencing issues, removing invasive plants, monitoring flow devices and acequia headgates, monarch monitoring, milkweed planting, beaver activity, and road access monitoring, as well as soil improvement activities. So this is a photograph of the what we call the wet meadow at Los Potreros open space, and this is what it looked like before we fenced it to keep the cattle out of it and started other restoration activities. And then this is what it looked like now. So it's much greener. We have a nice wet meadow that is sequestering carbon, cleaning the water of pollutants, all before it reaches the water table.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. Successful cohabitation with beavers has created beneficial results. This year, the Rio Quemado ran year-round, providing irrigation to Acequia users throughout the season, increasing the soil's ability to hold water, widening the floodplain of the river, and the successful reestablishment of an historical wet meadow. Due to our restoration efforts, a few of our non-human relations that historically lived in this area have returned. Beavers and great blue herons are back, and the belted kingfisher, a bird species that recent surveys indicate is declining due to loss of nesting space, has also recently returned. A small firefly population has reemerged, a species not seen here in many, many years. At the Arroyo Hondo open space, we focus our attention on cactus monitoring, invasive species removal, and monitoring for monarch presence. This small but mighty piece of open space is home to a high concentration of barrel cactus species and individuals. In 2018, Master Naturalist Maury Hensley tagged and mapped over 100 barrel cactuses in our Arroyo Hondo open space. Using this mapping system, cactus monitors regularly visit the trails, recording if any cactuses have been poached. Our volunteers also educate passersby on the Cactus Monitoring Project and the benefits of leaving them in nature for all to see. For those who come out with the sole intention of stealing a little cactus, our stewards are not there to stop them. But for the unknowing hiker who thinks it's no big deal to take one of these adorable little cactuses, a little bit of education can go a long way. And at our Thornton Ranch open space, we have performed a number of projects as well, including native flower seed planting.
The chair said, go ahead.
Garcia, I just want to ask a quick question. I know that you mentioned that we weren't there to stop them, but are we trying to educate on how to take these cactuses healthily so they can replant them?
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, Commissioner Roybal. I may not have explained that well enough. When our stewards are on the property and they're observing the cactuses and people ask them what they're doing, then they have an opportunity to explain to the other people who are walking around why we want to keep the cactuses in their native habitat. But we don't expect our stewards to be policing and to be, getting in the way of somebody who came out with the sole intention of taking a cactus.
Okay, I was just hoping that we would give them some education on why they shouldn't take them and how it could be detrimental, and also how if they are going to take them, how we can educate them how to take them and replant them successfully.
Well, in our open spaces, part of our, I'm sorry, Commissioner Roybal, thank you for that question. Part of our, one of the aspects of Resolution 2001-01 is that no plants can be removed from our open spaces without a permit or a special circumstance being created. So at Arroyo Hondo specifically, none of the cactus there are available for folks to take home. And so that's one reason why we have the property stewards there available to explain that to folks if they come and to talk with them about where they can purchase cactus.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Okay, so I'll continue with listing some of the projects we do at the Thornton Ranch Open Space, which includes erosion control projects, pinyon seed planting and monitoring, as well as pinyon jay flock and post-breeding nest monitoring. Pinyon jay and pinyon tree populations are declining rapidly, as you may have read in a lot of our recent local newspapers and media outlets. The pinyon tree's nut is spread primarily by the pinyon jay, and the pinyon jay likes to eat mostly pinyon seeds and only nests in pinyon pine habitats. So for this reason, we're working to increase the pinyon tree population at Thornton Ranch, a known nesting site for PJ colonies. And erosion is another way that we are able to try to save some of our pinyon trees. We're mitigating the effects of sheet runoff and head cut growth by installing erosion wattles. And Daniel is going to play a quick video for us that shows some of the erosion work that we have done. Thank you, Daniel. We're so lucky to have him as a resource. So thank you so much for helping us capture some of the work that we did. And then our next slide shows you a little bit of the raw data of some of the work that our master naturalists have done. According to the independentsector.org, a nationally recognized nonprofit, the current estimated national value of a volunteer work hour is $29.95. With over 55 workday hours completed this year, utilizing 10 to 15 volunteers at each workday, our master naturalists are contributing over $50,000 per year through their hands-on work in our open spaces. The Master Naturalist program has far-reaching benefits that support a number of county initiatives and projects. As discussed today, Master Naturalist volunteers play a key role in maintaining and monitoring county open spaces. This in turn supports the county's climate action initiatives, as healthy ecosystems can help to sequester carbon and provide clean air and water. Master Naturalist work restoring beaver habitat, for example, helps to create landscapes that are more resilient to drought and wildfires. Beavers construct dams which slow water and allow it to soak into the ground. This increases groundwater recharge and creates a wetland, which can serve both as important wildlife habitat and as a natural fire break. The photograph in the slide shows two separate instances of beaver dams providing such good groundwater recharge that those areas were not affected as strongly as the others. The coursework and volunteer components of the Master Naturalist program can also help the county to fulfill the public education and engagement requirements of its federal municipal separate storm sewer system, or MS4 permit. In addition to engaging with members of the public, the program also serves as a professional development opportunity for county staff who wish to deepen their understanding of our local ecology and incorporate environmental stewardship into their work. And as a lifelong educator, I just wanted to offer a couple of resources. This book, Eager, is a wonderful resource, as well as a few different websites that talk about the county, the partners for the Master Naturalist program, as well as the program itself. I very much thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you, and I stand ready for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. In regards to the county's open spaces, some of those open spaces, to the help of staff and previous commission, there's some very nice open spaces, and as I leave, I hope we do maintain them and we actually preserve them as the intention, which the electric actually bought for those different properties. Questions that I have is, who determines the stewards of each open space?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, Chair Garcia, who considers who to purchase, which properties to purchase?
No, who actually determines the steward of the open space?
The natural resource specialist and in the planning department collaborates with the volunteer coordinator to establish where we're going to have projects and to utilize the volunteers.
Thank you. And you guys have checked with the Public Works Department in regards to the maintenance team as into how, when you guys are going to coordinate how and if they can actually maintain some of these areas?
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Yes, we actually are very grateful. The Public Works Maintenance team is a wonderful collaborator in this work, and they've been extremely helpful in supporting the volunteers as well as the projects that we are doing in the open spaces.
Thank you to our Public Works Department for assisting the county as a whole in everything they do. In the past, I know the Thornton Ranch, in the past, we used to have wildlife cameras out there. There's a well that was out there. We actually purchased a trough, I guess is what they're called. And so there was several deer that went out there in that area. Do we still have that watering trough for different type of wildlife for that area?
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Yes, we still have that trough, and the county doesn't have a cam per se, but one of our volunteers has donated her camera, and we have been getting pictures out there. This last season we had deer. In 2021 we saw a bear drinking from that water trough, and we've also seen quite a bit of coyote and elk as well. And birds and bats utilize it as well.
I guess maybe the bear or the deer took the cameras, huh?
That could be the case.
In regards to the La Cienega open space, have we ever thought of contracting out with the individuals that actually have goats? Because there's a lot of overgrown species out there of different plants, but it seems like what the city does here at the rail yard property is they have an area, they section it off, and the goats help out the city of Santa Fe in reducing the overgrowth.
I'm not sure if that particular area has been researched for the use of goats. I know that in some of our open spaces we don't use them because they eat as a lot of the native grasses as well. So we would only want to use goats for weeding in areas that were that didn't have a high intensity of our native grasses.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that the gopher or the beavers are working in the northern part of the county open space because they had some challenges in the La Cienega area.
Thank you,
And
Chair
I believe
Garcia.
They may still have some challenges in that area when it comes to the Calle Debra Bridge. But nonetheless, I think Public Works Department tries and works hard to keep that water per se flowing through beneath the Calle Debra Bridge. Thank you for your presentation. Any other comments or questions of commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I wasn't aware of this program, and I'm glad it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm curious if anybody knows the answer to this, but I have a feeling myself that I've noticed there's a tremendous amount of more birds recently. And I think that it could have something to do with the fire on the east side of the Sangre de Cristos and the birds coming over here. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but it's just my own intuition. But my yard has way more birds, and unfortunately I don't have a pinon tree in my yard anymore, unfortunately. I guess I might have to plant one again because I do have pinon jays. They like my pyracanthus. I thank you for this presentation. It was wonderful. It's great to see people out protecting our open space, and I love the swales and around everything. That was a really pretty video. Thank you, Daniel. And I think that Calle Debra has been taken care of, or people have been working on it, or is it still flooding every time it rains? Somebody told me recently that Calle Debra was, the beaver traps were working to help stabilize it. So,
Chair Garcia, would you like me to speak to that? Okay. As from what I've heard recently from some local residents as well as Public Works and the monitors that we have out there, the flow devices have been working so that the Beaver Works cannot flood the road at the Kaidebra Bridge. But we do keep monitoring it because those, things can change out there because it's a dynamic system. But in the last 6 to 9 months, we haven't had those issues that we had prior.
Thank you. In regards to, let's just assume beavers, do we actually track and monitor the beavers as into what happens when they get overpopulated?
We have, thank you, Chair Garcia, sorry. We have not had an opportunity to see any of the beavers physically. We've installed cameras, but we haven't caught any beavers on cam, so we're not positive of the number of beavers that we have at the site. But the dam building that they've done has slowed so much that we don't think it's more than one pair at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what, I don't know exactly how to phrase this. What influence or do raccoons have on the environment? I'm trying to be polite.
Thank you for that question, Madam Commissioner. We have, I don't have a lot of firm data on raccoons that I could share with you right now, but I would be happy to get back to you with some more information. I know that there's a lot of environmental issues that come with raccoons and their overpopulation. I also wanted to mention that your question about the birds and if that's related to the fires, I am going to look into that and I will get back to you on that as well and let you know what I find out. But I apologize, I don't know enough about the raccoon ecology to really speak to that directly right now.
We have in the city, we have a large raccoon population, if people don't know that. And so where would be the best habitat for them? Because I can't exactly imagine that being in the city is the best habitat for them.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is a very, very complicated issue. I know that relocation has not been very successful with raccoons in terms of keeping them out. But as I said before, I am happy to look into that more and give you more information and let you know what I find out.
I would be grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner
Chair
Roybal.
Garcia. Thank you,
Yes.
Chair Garcia. I had questions relative to the engagement from constituents that live in the area. I mean, we have constituents that lived in this area for generations, and they understand this area and what needs to happen for mitigation of certain species or whatever we're dealing with. And I think that, where are we at with as far as engagement with constituents in this area? Because we do have institutional knowledge for generations in this area. And have we engaged our constituents and seen what they would recommend as well so that we can help them with this situation?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Rebel. I appreciate it. We have held a number of public meetings up in the Chimayo area specifically to talk about the area that has the Los Potreros open space, and we've had some really successful meetings. I'm currently working with a number of members of the Acequia Association up there to encourage and incorporate them into our volunteer efforts. And the folks who I'm working with said that they really needed to wait until after they were done cleaning out and dealing with the overflow of the ditches. So we actually have a meeting on the books in January. And I'm also reaching out to the local Chimayo Elementary School, because we would love to have an opportunity for the children in Chimayo to be able to use the Los Patros open space as a little bit of an outdoor classroom and do water quality experiments there. So those are a few of the ways that we're looking into reaching out to the community in that area.
Okay, that's great to hear. I would like to see if we could have a preliminary meeting before January, sometime in December, so that I could take part of this meeting. So can you work on scheduling something before the end of December?
Yes, Commissioner, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just one thing, as the spring season approaches, I'd just be interested in, let's just take Los Porteros open space there. You know, we do have water rights there. And whenever the individual property owners go and clean the ditch, clean the acequia, the county is an owner of property there. Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna open the head gate to water the field? Those are just, I don't know if you all have thought about that, but that's something to just keep in mind, that we need to do that to keep that water flowing and keep it green, as Commissioner Hansen mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we are working with the manager that is in charge of that area that helps us decide when we can use those water rights, and we have plans to hopefully next year actually irrigate the upper meadow that we mulched and seeded this year.
I'm pretty sure Commissioner Roybal would be happy to go help out clean the acequia during its time in the spring, early spring. Thank you for that.
Absolutely, I'll be there. Just send me an invite.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Item number C under presentation is a presentation of the film industry in the Santa Fe region. She's alive.
Mute. Better? Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jennifer Labar Tapia, Executive Director of the Santa Fe Film Office, which is a regional Santa Fe film office representing the city and the county. And I'm here today to give a brief presentation of the film industry in Santa Fe. This slide is about what a film office does, and it's not intended for you to actually read through it. It's just to give you a visual of everything that this office does. That's basically my job description all written out. So what a film office does is we are here to help promote the film industry, show how we can double as different locations. So often we get, you know, can we double as Wyoming? Can we double as the Middle East? We'll get scripts that will be sent to us, and we can show how Santa Fe would work for this script. We handle day-to-day permitting. We work with all of the institutions, the educational institutions, from the community college down to the high schools. We work with job growth and reporting to the city and the county. I also report to the city council and to the mayor, and with you all, and then administratively on the county side as well under the Economic Development Department. So we support film tourism. We support a whole host of things. It's not just doing set visits and movie stars like a lot of people think it is. That's probably the least amount of what I do. But with what a film office does is really a huge undertaking to get the film industry to where it is today. And we have 3 film offices, and then we also have the state film office, the way it's all laid out. So we have the state film office that oversees the incentive program, and then we have 3, we call them the 3 bigs. So we have Santa Fe, we have Albuquerque, and we have Las Cruces. And those are all film commissions that run throughout the county. And then we have film liaisons that are also in smaller districts throughout the state that handle film as they come into their jurisdiction. And those individuals are usually individuals that work with their own tourism departments. And so when film will come, to example, to like a White Sands area, whoever is tourism down in White Sands will also pick up the film industry for any permitting or assisting with productions while they're there. The film offices are the boots on the ground offices. So we're here to get them here. We are here for their day-to-day. We do exit interviews with all the productions once they leave to talk about their experience in Santa Fe. Is there anything we could do to improve on? One of our big struggles is finding stages and finding production offices. We're aware of that, and that's a slide we'll get into in just a minute. But that's another resource that the film office will assist with. We help find production space, help coordinate meetings with the stages and with all the Western sets. The way that the State Film Office runs the incentive program is that we have a 25% base, meaning that when a production comes in and they do an application with the State Film Office, they get approved for being here, and they go off and they do their production, and then they will come back at the end and they will have a meeting with the State Film Office and with Tax and Rev, and everything that was a qualified spend, they get 25% back on that total cost of the production being here. And then they have additional uplifts. There's 5% uplifts that can get you up to 35%. And how those work is we've got, if you're an episodic show, that will give you a 5% uptick, but there's some qualifications that go along with that. So if you have a certain amount of budget that you're going to spend, you have a certain amount of episodes, that will qualify you for that 5%. If you are filming on a qualified production facility, like any of our stages or our Western sets, then that would bring you up 5%. And also if you are in a rural area, and how the state defines a rural area is if you are over 60 miles outside of the Santa Fe County or Bernalillo County borders. That's one of the items we're trying to change this year in SB2 with the film industry program, is that it should be more from City Hall to be the 60 miles out. Even at that, it really needs to get looked at maybe even 30 miles, because what happens is when they're over that 60 miles, you are wiping out most of northern New Mexico because it goes all the way up toward Taos. So it's wiping out, doing that uptick in like Espanola, Churches, all those areas, Las Vegas, all those areas, they won't qualify for that 5% uptick.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so let's say Espanola wanted to do something, and they're 60 miles, so that means that 5% uplift, the movies can't get, and then the local municipalities don't get any recognition also, or?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the way it works is that because they'll get that 25% by being here, but the 5% uptick, that won't qualify because they're not considered rural. So they won't get that 5% uptick to it. So they won't go up to 30%.
So does that shortchange places like Espanola and in getting productions done there, or in Rio Arriba County?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it does. It will overlook some of those areas, and maybe they'll go down to maybe like Las Cruces if they want that kind of a look, and they can get that 5% because Las Cruces is considered rural, even though they're higher population than we are. But they, because they're out of that 60 miles from Bernalillo County, they are considered rural. And that has happened where productions have relocated for that 5% uptick. Especially the smaller budget productions where every dollar really is, being penny pinched. And so they really need to find the best location where they can get that monies back from the state. And how it's laid out too is that because the state is the one paying out that 25 up to 35% back to productions, it's really free monies to the local government because we're not paying into it. It's coming out of the state budget, it's coming out of the state coffers. And so whenever a production is in your jurisdiction, that's all free monies to your local government of them. We're getting the economic impact of them being here, and we're not paying anything out. That's all coming from the state. But having said that, when they are going up to like Ghost Ranch or to Espanola, usually they're based in Santa Fe. So it won't deter them a whole lot because they're based here and they're not going to pick up and relocate to a rural area just for that 5%. If it's just maybe 5 days of shooting or 6 days of shooting, it will cost them a lot more to relocate than it would if they just go up to Espanola. They're still going to get their 25%.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the stages that we have in Santa Fe, we've got Garson Studios, Camel Rock Studios, the Santa Fe Midtown Studios, and Santa Fe Studios. So in the last couple years, both Camel Rock Studios came on board. It's our first Native American-owned stages ever. So that's something pretty exciting for Santa Fe and for Tesuque Pueblo. And they've had huge success with converting their old casino into stages. And the newest one is the Santa Fe Midtown Studios, which is the old Schollenberger Tennis Center over by Santa Fe High School and on the other side of Garson Studios. So they have a production over there now where they're doing all blue screen work, and they are in the process of redeveloping that whole property into being proper stages. And also over at Garson, we have green screen. We have one of the largest green screens west of the Mississippi over at Garson Studios. And so that provides a big draw for live animation. SpongeBob was here doing their big live animation last year, and they did that all on the green screen over at Garson Studios. And we also have all 5 Western sets in the state are in Santa Fe County. So we've got Eves Ranch, which is there off of County Road 45. We have Cerro Polon, which is the old Tom Ford property off of State Road 41. Bonanza Creek, which is also off of County Road 45, just down the road from Eves. And then we have Los Golondrinas, which we do consider a Western set because they do a ton of filming out there. And then we have San Cristobal, which is the newest of the Western sets down off of 285, just south of Lamy. And that set was built for a Netflix production called Godless back in 2015, 2016. And at the time, it was the most expensive set that Netflix had built. And then they left it for us. Thank you very much. I want to touch on what happened with the Rust incident, since that did happen in Santa Fe County. As you're all aware, this incident happened October of 2022 when one of the cinematographers was shot accidentally by an actor and tragically was killed. And there's fatalities that happen on sets throughout the world. This one just got a ton of attention, A, because A, it happened, and then B, because of who it was that was holding the prop. And I want to touch on this because a lot of questions I get, especially from elected officials, is, well, do you find that the film industry has suffered because of this event that happened in your county? And the short answer is no, it is not. This isn't a Santa Fe Film Office story. It's not even a Santa Fe County story. It's an industry story. What had happened here is just there are very strict protocols and rules already in place, and the bottom line is they just were not followed. So it wasn't something because of anything that the Santa Fe Film Office did or didn't do, or any of our crew. There was no local crew involved directly with this. As recent as 2014 in Savannah, Georgia, who's one of our huge competitors actually, they had another horrific accident. Sarah Jones, there on the left of your screen, they were on that train trestle. They were not permitted to be on that train trestle. They were denied by the railroad 3 times, and they still did it. Train came around the corner, and all the crew had to jump off that bridge, and unfortunately, Sarah lost her life on that jump. And it all started with really increasing those safety protocols with the Twilight Zone movie. That was in 1982 when Vic Morrow and 2 child actors were killed. You can see the helicopter there, and basically the pyrotechnics were just too close to that helicopter, bringing the helicopter down, killing those 3. So since that incident in 82 is really when the industry standards, they got really strict on what you can do, what you can't do, and safety on set. And they've just been increasing on that since then. So we do have really strict protocols already in place. Again, it was just a matter of some breakdowns going on set that day. I want to talk about the economic impact that we see from the film industry. The film production supports hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs across the state, with more than $855 million in direct spend in fiscal year 22. That was for the state. It's one of New Mexico's fastest growing industries. Some of the economic impact here, the economic return on investment, or the ROI, is at 8.4, meaning that for every dollar invested through the program, the state's economy is benefited by $8.40. 30% of all filming in Santa Fe region brought in $258 million in direct spend in just fiscal year 22. And significant direct, indirect, and included economic benefits and impact to New Mexico, an estimated $1.5 billion in economic output in just the past 2 years. Some additional impacts for the Santa Fe and state economy. Since 2016, the film industry has brought approximately $3.4 billion in direct spend into the New Mexico economy, generating $1 billion in overall economic impact to the Santa Fe region. That's meaning about Santa Fe sees about 30 to 35% of all film production in 1 year. And so I did the low end there at the 30%. The industry supports approximately 12,000 jobs statewide, directly and indirectly, including approximately 3,000 in the Santa Fe region. The film and television production is a major driver of the hospitality industries in Santa Fe, accounting for thousands of hotel room nights rented per year, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent in local restaurants, and catering supplies, multiple facility rentals. I can't tell you how much I depend on the hospitality industry to make this a success in our region. Our hotels, our restaurants have been phenomenal with the film office and helping with the film industry when they're all here. It's a major leaser of commercial properties for production office space, storage, mill space, and other specialty services. Supports hundreds of local businesses throughout the general economy, everything from office supplies when they have to set up a production office, and construction materials for their sets. Then you talk about yoga instructors, dog sitters, people, especially talent that are living here in Santa Fe for the next month to 6 months to 8 months. They're uprooting their lives, but they still want to keep up with their yoga. They still bring their dogs, and all of those need to be attended to while they're here. So the film industry supports hundreds of jobs that you would never think would be supported by a production being here. And lastly, it affords Santa Fe the unprecedented and otherwise unaffordable media exposure and promotion, driving both film tourism and the brand recognition of Santa Fe throughout the world. And that's one thing that especially, I'm gonna get into this next slide, when we have something like Holiday in Santa Fe come through. Holiday in Santa Fe, it was a Lifetime Christmas movie. I get it, it's a Christmas movie. I know we don't have ham tosses on the plaza, but it's a Christmas movie. But what had happened on this show is that Mario Lopez was the main talent on this, and it was his production company that worked with Lifetime for this Christmas movie, and it was actually slated to be in Nevada. And then he and his production team came out for a scout earlier that year of production, fell in love with Santa Fe, I asked the city if they would keep up their Christmas lights through April, which they graciously did with some pushback from the community as to why our Christmas lights were still up for so long. But that was all for this production. And they went back to their writer, who is a Latina writer, and said, we need to change the script to be Santa Fe, and we need to rename it Holiday in Santa Fe. And while he was here, during the production scout and while they were in production, Mario was broadcasting Access Hollywood every night from on set in Santa Fe. And he was on his Instagram and Facebook Live, which he has millions of followers, always saying he was in Santa Fe. That's just free press that we could never dream of reaching all these people. And once this production came out on his social media, so many people were saying, oh my gosh, Santa Fe's gorgeous. Is this really Santa Fe? We're going to do a girls' trip to Santa Fe next year. I want to be in Santa Fe next Christmas. So it was a huge push for tourism due to this production. And there's just some emails there from the director, from Mario himself and one of his producers. And the director, Jody, on the top there, was talking about how it was such a highlight for her to be here. She's a big producer and director with ABC, does a lot of shows like The Conners. But they all just had such a great time in Santa Fe and are still promoting it now with the Christmas movies coming out. And the film office, the Santa Fe Film Office, arranged to work. I worked with the Violet Crown last year. We did arrange for some sneak peeks of Holiday in Santa Fe to anybody who wanted to come out and see the movie. And there is, I just have a quick clip from Mario that we played before each showing. I don't know. Daniel's my production assistant. Here we go. Oh, we can't hear it, Daniel. Oh.
Hey, Santa Fe, Mario Lopez here. I'm about to host a Christmas parade, coincidentally, and I just want to say thank you so much for coming out to get a little sneak peek of my new Christmas movie, Holiday in Santa Fe. I had such a great time working on it. I want to thank the Santa Fe Film Commission, Jennifer Tapia, the New Mexico cast and crew, and the whole community out there for all the love. I hope you all like the film as much as we do. I had such an awesome time out there. Love the food, love the people. So let's do it again sometime. God bless and happy holidays.
So that was just an example. Sorry, Daniel's having some technical issues.
The comic relief.
Yeah, thank you. So it's just an example with someone like Mario is here, and he is really promoting Santa Fe and all the economic impacts we're seeing from this film. Again, it's not a factual film of Christmas in Santa Fe. It's a cute Lifetime movie, but it really showcased Santa Fe well, especially their drone shots looked amazing. Then I want to touch on the ProTech program and how we partner with ProTech and Santa Fe County, the Stagecoach Foundation, which is George R.R. Martin's foundation, and the Santa Fe Community College. Last year, earlier in the year, we had a PA training, and what that was, a production assistant is someone who comes onto set and they are the one that's doing everything on set, and they are the assistant to the producers, running around like crazy, and that is a really great place for you to learn how a set works and maybe what it is you ultimately want to do. And so with PAs, productions are always looking for PAs. They want to hire local PAs when they're here. Everyone's working, which is great. But we really need more PAs. And so we created this Fast Track PA program. And on that Fast Track program, we had 6 weekends, a Saturday and a Sunday. And they got a crash course of what it's like to be on a film set. I was an instructor one of those days as well. But we got really top-notch instructors to be a part of this program. We had 120 apply for it. The facility at the community college could only take 20 students, and so we could only, we had to cut out 100, unfortunately. Out of those 20, I believe 18 or 19 graduated, and 14 of them were on sets within 3 weeks of graduating from this program. And it was from ages from 18 to 70. So that's a thing about the industry as well, is that you could be at any age to get into this industry. You could be retired, maybe you're looking for a career change, maybe you are straight out of high school, straight out of college, but this industry really benefits all ages. Santa Fe, by Movie Maker magazine, has been voted this last year number 3 best small cities under population 500,000 to live and work as a movie maker. This is an annual list that they put out. They also put out an annual list for the best film schools, for the best film festivals, and so this one always comes out in January. Santa Fe has been consistently either 2, 3, or 4. And Albuquerque for the last few years has been number 1 for the large cities. And this is all in North America, so it also takes into account Canada, of course, all of the United States and Mexico. And Canada is a huge competitor to the United States. So to be over the Vancouvers and the smaller populated cities in Canada really speaks volumes. And I just got notification from the publisher a couple weeks ago that Santa Fe will be in the top again this year, but they won't say what my number is until the publication comes out in January. And the other thing I'd like to point out too is that with Santa Fe being small cities, under 500,000, we're in competition with Savannah, Georgia, with New Orleans. And all of those cities they have major metropolitan other cities right around them, whereas Santa Fe, we're out here on our own. It's a destination. So yes, it's a commute from Albuquerque, quick 50 minutes, but a lot of these other cities that I am on this list with are really embedded with other major metropolitan cities that they can draw from. This is just a visual to show you how much production had gone on in Santa Fe in fiscal year 21. We're on track to have more from the list from fiscal year 22 hasn't come out from the state yet, so I'm waiting on that to update this slide. But this just shows you, with all the productions that are in white, those white and yellow on the 2 left-hand columns, those are the productions that registered with the State Film Office to get the incentives. The ones in yellow were shot in Santa Fe. There's a handful of those that were shot in Albuquerque, but Santa Fe still saw some of that production because they came up for a week or 2, but they just weren't based in Santa Fe. But on the 2 right columns in yellow, those are all additional productions that were shot in Santa Fe that didn't go through the State Film Office for whatever reason. So we had in fiscal year 21, $188 million into the Santa Fe economy. New Mexico saw a 36% increase in FY22, and Santa Fe saw an increase of $70 million in FY22. This is some of our local talent. I even brought, I was asked to bring this. We actually have our Emmy here. That is a real Emmy. These are all Santa Fe talent. They all live here. They produce here. They have their projects here. And these are all Emmy Award winners from just the last 2 years. So not only are we putting out a lot of content, we're putting out really high quality content. The Emmys is more for the television side, so this is for episodic, documentaries, those types of things. Bottom right corner was a DGA award for one of our directors that lives here. The Symphony, our Santa Fe Symphony, they won an Emmy for one of their shows that they had on PBS. So this just shows all of the talent that we have right here in our own backyard. You can do the sizzle reel? Then I've got my sizzle reel here. Oh. And the first, the first few seconds, there's some audio where there's a narrator talking, so I apologize if it's a little hard to hear, but it will pop out of that and get into some music right after it. I understand with WebEx that WebEx isn't super friendly to video, so it might be a little choppy too.
connect the stories to themselves, I suppose. But we all love hearing about ourselves, so long as the people in the stories are us, but not us.
Thank you. So all of the locations on that sizzle reel were all in Santa Fe County. And for example, when you saw the Waco sets, for those of you familiar with the Waco story, that was down in Stanley, off of Jamar Road, on someone's private property. And they came in and they built the whole Waco compound and did a ton of shooting out there and then blew it up at the end. And then Waco 2 just wrapped a few months ago. It's the Aftermath, which is all FBI and jail cell type and courtroom type stories now with the Aftermath, but they had to rebuild some of that compound again. So just again, it just shows what goes into creating sets and on private properties and all the crew that it benefited and our local businesses that benefited from it as well. And that's the end of the PowerPoint, so I stand for questions or comments.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you,
Or Chair Garcia.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal?
I just want to say that we've watched a lot of presentations over the years, and this one is one of the ones that really stands out, and I just want to thank Jennifer for her the hard work on this. And, I think that the film industry in Santa Fe County, however we can promote that, is going to be a benefit to our county, our constituents, you name it, across the board. And so, I just want to thank her for the presentation and also reiterate that, there's a lot of films that have been made here, and it's so gratifying to watch these films and see locations that we all know that are dear, near and dear to our hearts. And it's pretty awesome. I remember one of the old John Wayne movies that was redone a few years back, where we could see the Black Mesa, we could see the Rio Grande. I mean, it's pretty neat to see these locations because in some aspects, this is where a lot of history was made. And so I appreciate that. And Jennifer, thank you for all your hard work and this presentation. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Jennifer. That was fantastic. Yay. So what I want to know is, do we need to add the part about the 30 miles from City Hall to one of our resolutions so that Santa Fe County can lobby for that? You know, like, what can I do to help you get that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, thank you for that question. And I just got my hands on the report from the State Film Council of what they're going to be bringing forward to the governor in a couple weeks, I think next week actually. And it is one of the things they're going to be discussing is that 60-mile radius. They do have it from City Hall, but I believe that it actually we need to shrink it. It needs to be more like maybe 30 miles from City Hall. So that's something I can get with Hutch Miller and through yourselves and see how we can advocate that. It's very new information that I just received, so I need to really read through it and see what they're proposing, but it would be great to have your support in having that with Santa Fe and Bernalillo County.
Yeah, I think that's important, especially as a board member of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area. I want to see that community be able to benefit from film being taken there, and I know the congressional delegation would support that too. So anything we can do to help have us lobby for that and make sure that it gets changed so that we can provide more economic benefit to our constituents.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, and that's one of the things I've been really advocating for too, is really working with our film commissions from around Santa Fe, like Las Vegas and Espanola. We have meetings pretty frequently about best film office practices to help them because they don't see it on the day-to-day like this office does. And so when they're hit with the production that goes in there, everyone's scrambling about with permits and what do you do and what do you ask for and where are people going to stay and how do you work with the hotels in your industry. And so I've had meetings with the mayor up in Espanola and also with his city manager and also with their economic development director. I've had a handful of meetings with all of them. I've had a handful of meetings with the Chamber of Commerce out in Las Vegas and one of their commissioners out in Las Vegas as well, because I feel like if mainly they're going to be based here in Santa Fe, but they will utilize those locations for maybe a few days up to a week or two at a time. But Santa Fe is still going to have that huge impact of them being here. And then it just benefits all of northern New Mexico. If Santa Fe could be the gateway, even for when they're filming up at Ghost Ranch. They're not staying up at Ghost Ranch, but they'll be staying here, but they're going to be filming maybe up there for 10 days. So it just benefits our whole region.
Yeah. The mayor has also joined the board of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, along with the Secretary of Cultural Affairs, is also now on the board of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area. And so we're really, and we hired a new executive director who is Eric Vasquez, and he started November 1st. So
excellent.
We have the ability to grow and make some real impact, and we want to help our communities up north. Thank you, and thank you for a great presentation, and thank you for what you're doing. I totally appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Great presentation. Actually, to see that Oscar there is, as you mentioned, it's a real Oscar.
Golden Globe.
I saw Mr. Witt, Eric Witt, who actually earned that Oscar because he actually was a small film production for his film, which is done here in Santa Fe, and he won that Oscar. And then when he got it, he was pretty excited. That's awesome. For those of you that don't know, Eric Witt is actually the individual that worked for Santa Fe County prior to Jennifer being here. Eric Witt was very instrumental in working for Governor Richardson in writing the actual state statute for for the film initiative that the state of New Mexico currently has. Jennifer has taken the reins of our film office. In reading the slide that you had, that was like, and you know, whenever I take off my glasses, put on my glasses, close my eyes, and try to read it or whatnot. But so, who actually works in your film office? You,
Mr. Chair, who works for the film office?
Yeah, yeah.
Right now, it's just me.
So I thought the county commission had approved an additional staff or two for the film office. We haven't hired anybody, or what are we doing with that?
Mr. Chair, yes, the commission did approve to increase the budget along with the city council because the budget was always set for two FTEs, and when COVID hit, the budget was reduced at the city's request, so the county followed suit. And then we just got that budget back up, and we are now in a 4-year MOA where that budget will increase gradually over the next 4 years. But yes, you did increase that budget so we could get a second FTE, and we've been working on that pretty aggressively for the past 6 months or so, trying to get a second person to the film office. The Albuquerque Film Office has three to four at any given time FTEs. Las Cruces has 2.5 working in their office, and so it would be nice to have some help.
Well, good. Hopefully we could actually be a little more aggressive, because now that spring's coming, we're going to have a lot of movie sets coming forward, but we can look into that because budget time's coming in, right? It'll be here in March, April, May. In regards to the additional stages, is that competition for us, and is that good or bad?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, what was the question?
The new stages, the new studios,
Did the stages,
are they actually, they're competition for us? Is that good or bad that we have additional competition?
oh, that we have stages in Santa Fe, additional stages?
Tesuque. It's the other
No,
stages.
it's excellent for us, Mr. Chair. So thank you for that question. It is instrumental that we increase our stage presence. We have had to turn away a few major episodic shows due to stage space for this next year. Shows that wanted to start production in January and would be here through September. And I had 2 of those, and we just don't have the stage space for it. We've got a series over at Camel Rock. They're in their season 2 right now. And we have another series that is over at Santa Fe Studios. We have a large Amazon Studios moving into the old tennis center after this production wraps out in a couple weeks, and they'll be here throughout the end of summer. And so Garson also was booked with this major production that's going to be over at the Midtown Studios. So what happens when these episodic shows are here is it ties up all the stage space. So when I have other productions coming in for shorter shoot days, we don't have any stages for them, where they're even just looking for school gymnasiums. They shoot over at the old gym over at St. Catherine's, which thankfully just got a new roof on it not too long ago because that building was falling apart. But they'll make do as long as they have a large enough space. They shoot over at the hangars, over at the airport. So we get really creative, and that's part of where this film office comes into play too, is how we can get really creative with finding them just some space to build these sets. The old Super Kmart over on St. Michael's, because Roswell outgrew Santa Fe Studios, they were still there, but they built an additional 12 sets in the Super Kmart over on St. Mike's. You walk in there, and their whole mill was in the front part of Super Kmart, and then you walk back, and there's 12 sets. There was a salsa club, there was a California bungalow house, there was all kinds of sets that you would see back there. So they're pretty resourceful, but it's just a matter of finding that space for them. And that's also true with production offices. So when these big shows come in, they're taking a lot of our commercial space, but then for these shows that are only going to be here for a month or 2 or even 3, everything's been consumed with these larger productions. And we do really cater to the independent filmmaker as well. Of course, we love our big studios here, but the independent filmmakers, they love Santa Fe. It's a great place for them to film, and we really cater to their needs as well.
Thank you. As an individual that's been to several of the sets and how it works, from the cameraman to catering, it's very interesting to see how the film industry puts it all together and packages it for a beautiful film that we go see, or a great film. It's good to see all of those westerns are in District 3. They're actually, and they're very good, awesome sets. I've been to several of those, actually a couple of them with you. Thank you for that. One of the things that's interesting is you talked about the millions of dollars that actually is spent here, whether they go shopping for lumber, whether they buy food, tourism revenues. Is how much GRT tax do we actually get, Santa Fe County, from that?
Those are all numbers that come from the State Film Office, so Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't have that exact number for you.
Because what worries me is whenever we have GRT tax, it appears to me that Tax and Rev doesn't have no control over how much GRT comes into our community. When the GRT tax you get used to buy at whatever store you go buy, purchase something, goes to the state rev, then quarterly we get a check. Check has just been like that for the last 10 years, my opinion.
And Mr. Chair, with the GRT, that's one of the qualified spends. So that's when Tax and Rev is doing the audit on a production. They're looking at, did they pay taxes on this purchase? And that's part of where it's been a bit of a challenge on our native lands, especially with Camel Rock Studios or filming on any of the native lands because they're not paying the taxes on those properties. So what's happening is, for example, Camel Rock, they take 25% off what they would normally be asking for stage space, but then that money's coming out of Camel Rock's pockets as opposed to coming out of the state. But they do that to be competitive, so at least they're getting that 25%, and now 30% for being a qualified stage, but they'll just take that on the front end. So that's another, that will be another issue that will go before SB2 this next year, is to look at how we can accommodate filming on native lands to be part of the incentive program.
Thank you. So is it your understanding that the only thing that the state legislature will take up this year is regarding what you mentioned earlier, or are they going to increase the tax, decrease the tax? Do you have any idea?
Mr. Chair, I don't know. I haven't been part of those conversations, so I can't articulately answer that one.
And interesting about the whole rusting, I'm not going to comment on it, but this, the whole safety and who actually oversees that stuff is just interesting. But one last thing is, I guess you said it benefits all ages, so I guess I still have a possibility of a career after my tenure at the county, so that's good to know. Thank you for your presentation. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I expect to see you in the next Western that comes out of Santa Fe County?
Well, we're actually under negotiations right now, but we can't speak about it at this moment in time.
Okay, okay. Good to know.
Mr. Chair, we could get you a cameo, I'm sure. It worked for Mayor Gonzalez, the late Mayor Gonzalez. He got a cameo, so we could probably get one for you too.
Never know who your supervisor is going to be. Thank you. Item number 8 under presentations. Item D is a presentation on Evisio, Strategic Plan Management Software and Strategic Plan Update. Cindy McKee.
Turn on the mic.
Thank you for the opportunity to follow a presentation that came with an Emmy Award and a sizzle reel. I would like to give you a quick update on our strategic plan, and I have a slideshow that's about to launch. In March of 2022, and then again in June of 2022, the county leadership came together to work on our strategic plan. At that time, we really focused on the content of the plan, how to articulate our goals and our objectives. What I've worked on since then is collaborating with our departments to be sure that everything we've represented in that plan makes sense, is well articulated, and now has been uploaded into a software plan management system that makes the plan, as many people have described it, a living, breathing document. It's no longer a binder or a very large spreadsheet that's going to sit on the shelf. We have purchased Evisio plan management software, and this software is a cloud-based online software that will give access to our strategic plan at different levels to anyone who might be involved. Some of the major benefits of the plan is that because it is collaborative, it breaks down silos. It allows people who are working on a similar objective to see each other's progress. It is very easy to read and to understand as opposed to, again, the way we used to manage it on a spreadsheet. And most importantly, it really allows us, at least on a monthly basis, to maintain a real-time tracking of our progress. That progress will be available for the commissioners, for other staff to see, and most importantly, for the community to see. As you all know, we have 4 population goals that are the basis for our strategic plan, and that plan is hierarchical. So the population goals feed our objectives. Our objectives are really our vision for who we want to be as a county. The next level is our strategies, and those strategies are the things that we're going to do and measure to make sure we've achieved those objectives. And then within each strategy, we have action items. Oh, Daniel, we have 2 very short videos, really just to give you a look at the software without us logging into the software. The first one's going to show you what it looks like when a staff member or a member of the county commission logs on. This is not what the public will see. Someone working in this software will see a dashboard that is customized to their work. So depending on what someone is working on, their dashboard will represent that. This is what the strategic plan looks like, and as you can see, it will cascade down. So those are the population goals. They cascade down to the objectives. The objectives then cascade down to the strategies. And then at a much more detailed level within those strategies are the work plans that staff use to get those strategies accomplished. There's also the opportunity for folks who are involved at that strategic work level to enter data and really keep us informed of the progress that they're making. You assign people to those tasks, and then they will see that within the plan, represented again where we started, on a customizable dashboard. I'm sharing this with you all because as a board, you'll have access to see the progress that's being made in this strategic plan. And in fact, tomorrow you'll all receive an email giving you your logon information to this software. The other really important piece of this software is it allows our community to see what we're doing. Because we've just started, we haven't populated the data in our strategic plan, but I want to show you what Scottsdale, Arizona, and Minnetonka, Minnesota's plans look like. They too use Invisio. So this is Scottsdale, and they've got 6 areas of concentration. You can click on that and then see the progress that's being made on each of those objectives. Minnetonka takes a different route. I've been to Minnetonka. It's not as beautiful as that photo. They show you a bar across the bottom of each of their population goals that indicates the progress, and then you can click through and see the really detailed work that they're involved in. We can customize this external view to be whatever we'd like it to be. We'll link it to our website, and then our community will be able to see the progress that we're making on the strategic objectives and strategies that we've set. So the next steps that we have in launching this software, first of all, is to get you all your credentials, which again will be here this week, which will simply allow you to go in and look as much as you like. As you look through this process, you're going to see not only the plan that we set together, but you're going to see some fiscal year dates that will reflect the priorities that you've set. On December 13th at the BCC meeting, I will bring forth a resolution to adopt, not approve, but in fact adopt the strategic plan. And then my work, especially in the first half of the next year, will be to work closely with the departments to make sure all the staff involved is well trained and really on board. And we all know that the success of this software and of our strategic plan depends on everyone being bought into it. One of the things that's really powerful about this software is it will make people's jobs easier, not add a task to what they do. For example, once we've got it up and running, the monthly report that comes to the BCC can come straight out of this software instead of being another separate thing that has to be done at the department level. So there's lots of work to be done and collaboration with my colleagues. And then finally, we'll launch our community dashboard on the website. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Cindy.
You're
You,
welcome.
coming in a good second or third for the presentation nominee, the Oscar.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that award ceremony.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cindy, for the brief presentation. We've been here a long time today. I think this is exciting. I think it's great that we are going outward-facing program of our strategic plan so that people in the community, you know, when I'm out and about, they go, well, what are you working on? And I just like, well, which department and where do you want to know what we're doing? Because it's not like, I can, of course, rattle off a few things, but it's so, I think it's important if somebody really wants to know what we're doing, hey, go and look and tell us what you think. So I think this is great, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, our plan and this software are really a communication vehicle.
Thank you, Cindy. Just a couple of things that we talked about when we met last week in regards to, I think you brought it up, is well-trained, train our staff members as well as anybody else that's gonna, which is very important, as you know, is gonna populate these different screens and the different activities that any individual project has, right?
That's
And
exactly right.
That'll actually be, that'll be very important and key to this, and getting the buy-in from the staff. And I think it's great because, as the commissioner mentioned, that way anybody can see where we are and we can see where projects are moving, why they may or may not be moving, but where we're going to go with this plan or what we need to do. I think it's great, and it's great software. So when do you anticipate that it will go live?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last?
When do you anticipate that it'll go live?
What I would anticipate is that in the next few weeks before Christmas, I'll have a conversation with each department director. We'll begin to plan how we're going to roll out the training with their staff. And I would think that we will have our external-facing portal open by March, and certainly the internal work will be available to people before that.
Thank you. So does this actually outline the different projects that the county has? Let's just assume the county clerk's project, Santa Fe recovery, the site, all of Mr. Hidon's projects, all of that will be in this database? And if so, yes. And then how does the other strategic plan, whether it's the compensation plan, or is that a whole different screen, or that isn't included in this software?
Correct. This is not included. This software really reflects the plan that you all built in June and in March, and the projects that track directly to those goals and strategies that were set in the strategic plan. That said, almost everything we're working on in the county tracks back to those goals that have been set. We will not be providing the public that level of detail. Most people don't really want to know that level of detail. And certainly if they do, we'll give them the opportunity to be in touch with us and we can teach them about that. So what the public sees will be a higher level, our population goals, our objectives, and possibly the strategies that are getting us to those objectives, and we'll have to decide that collaboratively.
In regard to, since we're on the topic of projects, so will the 5-year plan, the ICIP plan, will that actually be incorporated into this software, or that's not incorporated into this
It
software?
seems to me right now that the ICIP plan works well as it stands, but this software could be available. We don't have any limit on the number of plans we manage or the number of users. So certainly, if as we get this up and running, there's an interest in putting the ICIP data in, that would be something we could absolutely work together to do.
So a plan, a project will actually start once the inception of when that's fully budgeted, or how do we start with implementing or placing a plan on the list or on the software?
I think that's two questions. A plan would, of course, come from the board. And as we have a cycle every year to do our strategic planning, a new project could be discussed. We as staffers and you all as leaders would decide, where does that fit in the plan? Do we want to allocate new resources? Do we want to remove something from the plan? Have we accomplished something and it's moved off the plan? So I would envision that new projects would enter the plan on that annual cycle as we're reviewing, rewriting, and then moving into our budgeting process.
Maybe, thank you. Maybe Mr. Hidon can answer me these questions. So so if we have a county road, let's just assume in La Cienega, that needs to get upgraded every 5 years, 10 years, whatever, the longevity of the is this software, does this software include that, or it doesn't? That's a different type of software.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, that will actually be managed by Project Mates, which is the software system that's being stood up in the next few months by Public Works across the county. It's going to manage the ICIP projects, all of those projects from a community-facing portal where people will be able to enter their project and watch it move its way through the system. It will track all of those projects that come in, and the ones that then come in front of the Board of County Commissioners that are approved for funding will then transition and become funded projects. That system is intended to interface with the AS400 Central Square so that all of that information will be shared between all of the users, Public Works, Fire, Corrections, all of those, and Finance, and that system will track that from birth to closeout, and then will also be the repository and the archive for any of the as-builts. So all of that stuff will stay resident in that system.
Very good, thank you. And I love the word as-built. Appreciate that.
I'd just like to add to what Director Hidon said, which is the Project Mates software that they are using is much more robust as a construction management tool. What we're doing will keep track of how the projects that are managed in Project Mates feed into the overall goals of the county. So they work together, they are not the same, and they don't really overlap. But certainly what we're keeping track of in our strategic planning includes all of the huge work that's being managed by Project Mates. And we did investigate, could we use one or the other to do all of this, and they are very separate tools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Hughes? Nope. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Very well. Very well done. Moving along, item number 9 is matters of public concern. Is there anybody from matters of public concern? Mr. Dupree, you have matters from public concern? No? Okay. Daniel, is there anybody out there from matters from public concern?
Chairman Garcia, I am not seeing anybody raising their hands on WebEx.
Thank you. Item number 10 are matters from the county manager, Manager Schaefer. Item E, miscellaneous and COVID updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'll be very brief. Did want to remind the board and the public that we only have one additional regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting this year, and that is on Tuesday, December 13th. So I would envision a lot of effort to get end-of-year items in front of you for consideration and potential approval. In addition, we are planning a swearing-in ceremony to be held here in the Commission chambers on December 30th at 10 a.m. We've invited 9 local elected officials that serve Santa Fe County only, including the county assessor-elect, our sitting sheriff who was reelected, and our sitting probate judge who was also reelected, commissioner-elects, as well as 4 magistrate court judges. Relative to COVID updates, don't have many other than to note that the CDC is currently scoring the community level in Santa Fe County as medium. So that does come with a recommendation for folks who are at high risk of getting very sick from COVID-19 to wear masks indoors. Again, it doesn't impact county policy since it is not recommended generally, but again is a reminder of the fact that we are still living in the midst of the pandemic. Those are all the updates that I have for the board, and we do have overview of the upcoming legislative session to be provided by Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Chair Garcia, Commissioners, Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office, once again. I just have a very brief statement tonight, and that's just to let you know that the start of the session is taking place next month, next year actually, in January, with pre-filing starting on July 3rd and continuing through the 13th. And the opening day of the session is the 17th. And it'll be a 60-day session, and it will conclude on March 18th. So when I come back for future meetings, I'll have written reports to provide to you. And at this time, I was just going to ask if there was any items related to legislature. You can bring them forth to me to research beforehand, before we get to the session right now. If you see topics in the media or that you hear from different meetings that are going on in preparation for the legislature, feel free to bring it forward to me now, and I can research anything for you to provide you information beforehand, or you can pass that along through your liaisons and they can speak with me as well. But as for now, that's the only update that I have, and you'll be seeing me at all the future meetings through March. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Item number 11A is Commissioner issues. Anybody have anything to be brought forward from the commission, the dais? Commissioner Hanson?
I just I'll give you a little overview of my last couple of weeks. I attended the Defense Facilities Nuclear Safety Board meeting at the Santa Fe Convention Center. It was quite interesting. I had the opportunity also to meet with the chair, and I plan to meet with them when I'm in Washington, D.C. again. They protect us from many of the things that go on at Lanel, and are a watchdog there. There was a really nice retirement party for the assessor, and then there was the initiation of the train at Salvador Perez that the old Santa Fe Association adopted. Last Friday, I went to the turning of the lights on the plaza with the mayor and city councilor and our congresswoman, and it was quite nice to be up there, and the plaza was completely filled to the nth degree that you couldn't finally find a space, and the lights looked beautiful. And then on December 2nd, I believe Commissioner Hughes, Treasurer Manzanara, and myself will be attending Keep Hope Alive at the La Fonda. It is a benefit for the LifeLink, which is something that we support and provides a tremendous amount of important services to our constituents. So that is all I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I don't really have anything to announce, except that we've been working on a lot of constituent concerns, and I really want to thank Olivia Romo for being kind to everybody who calls in and working diligently to answer their questions, even to the extent of trying to figure out who owns a particular stretch of Rabbit Road, which Commissioner Hanson knows does belong to Oshara, but none of us believed it at the beginning. But anyway, Olivia does a great job, and I hope she's listening so that I can bug her about it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roybal, are you still available? I'd actually like to thank
Yes.
the entire... Go ahead, Commissioner. Do you have any comments?
You know, as you know, one of my last meetings here as a county commissioner, it's been, my ultimate opportunity to serve my community. And, I just wanted to say that I do have a couple of community meetings going on in the next couple of weeks that members are aware of. And, one thing I want to recognize is my constituent liaisons is, originally I started off with Orlando Romero and he retired. And now I have Ambra Baca, and she's been awesome. Olivia Romo, she was my constituent liaison for a time being as well. And I just want to recognize all of them for their hard work and working with my constituents. I mean, I can't even thank them enough, because I get feedback from my constituents all the time telling me how wonderful they are to work with. And, so I can't thank them enough. I'm very blessed to have them as my representation. There's some meetings that I can't be at because I have conflicting meetings. And, I just want to thank Ambra, thank the whole liaison team, from every single one of the liaisons does such a great job backing up one another. It's unbelievable. So I just want to thank them all for their help and support throughout the years. And thank you guys as my commission as well. We have a couple more meetings together, and I look forward to those. And I've enjoyed my tenure here as a commissioner. So that's all I have to say, Commissioner Garcia and Chair Garcia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Yes, thank the entire staff that works for Santa Fe County. Great atmosphere, environment to work for. Thank you, Brittany, for working on the resolution and different items that you have worked on. Just on the 10th of December, which is a Saturday, Brittany as well as Sarah and I believe Tina will be working on an invite to the naming of the Stan Holland Fire Station down in Edgewood, and that'll be Saturday the 10th, I believe. So that invitation will be coming out very soon from Brittany, and she will be working with Sarah and Tina on that. And that's all I have. Thank you. Item number B is any other elected officials in Santa Fe County? Madam Clerk.
Yes, Chair Garcia. So I did want to mention that the State Canvassing Board did officially approve our results. So the election, there's a big check mark next to it for the general election. But the clerk's work is not done. We still have to do our tabulator recheck. So it's essentially a version of a risk limiting audit where we have been randomly selected certain precincts that we have to check a few statewide races by hand tally. And we'll be working on that this week. So hopefully we will be done with this election soon and we can go into the holiday season. But I did want to mention again that our 300 plus poll workers, temps, all those people and canvassing board and now our recheck board have worked very hard to make sure it was a smooth and accurate election. So thank you again to everyone who worked on this election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, good election. Very well. Any other elected officials? Hearing none. Item number 12, matters from the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I request a brief closed session tonight to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978. And that's specifically including a breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation and NRA National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 117 MD 2804.
Mr. Chair, before we go into executive session, just if there aren't any questions for staff relative to the reports, if we could excuse them, and then if there aren't any such questions, I think that will end our public meeting and we can adjourn from executive session.
Yes, thank you, Manager Schaefer. We get a motion to go into executive session.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to go into executive session and also adjourn the meeting at the end of our executive session without having to come back to the dais.
I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Again, all in favor, a motion by Commissioner Hanson to go into executive session and end the public hearing. And a second by Commissioner Roybal. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye.